This conference will now be recorded.
All right, we order copies, call the meeting to order, stand for the pledge. Amen. Lord, as we gather this day, we give what news for the people of Owego. Grant us wisdom, compassion, and understanding. Amen. All right. First thing tonight, a little different than usual, we got two public hearings. The first one is on the Spectrum Charter franchise agreement. Have anybody here to talk about the Spectrum Charter franchise agreement? Okay. Yeah, that's great.
I just printed a couple out. I think you printed it too.
Yeah.
Okay, I just thought it.
Okay, so we'll close that public hearing on the Spectrum Charter franchise. Do you have something for the
Public hearing?
Spectrum thing?
No.
Okay.
Oh, no, public comment, sorry.
Okay.
I got it.
Okay, so we'll close that, and then we'll open the public hearing for local law number 3, entitled Local Law Repealing Chapter 57 of the Village Code, entitled Procurement Policy. So you're going to talk about the procurement policy. And for everybody who's wondering about it, the procurement policy is in our laws, and it really should just be a policy instead of a law. So that's why we're repealing and replacing it with a policy. So we're replacing with the exact same thing that's there, but just not as a law.
Well, what's the motivation?
It shouldn't be in our books as a law. The lawyers and everybody says, cleaning up our books, basically. All right. So anybody else go look at a public hearing on the procurement policy? All right. So I got those two out of the way. And next, as usual, usually first, public comment. Rusty? Yeah.
As soon as somebody wants to speak, when you do, tell us who you are and where you, in case anybody doesn't understand that. So it can be in the record.
Chris Welch, 30 Front Street, Owego. I'm just looking for an update on the Montelli House situation with the liquor license and the commercial activity. We've been not here for a while, so just wanted to find out what's going on there.
Honestly, it's between code enforcement and the legal end of it, so we probably don't even know either.
Well, so the only comment I got about that is I called code enforcement 2 weeks ago when there was a big 14 or 16-foot commercial hood going into the building. Code enforcement knew nothing about it. He told me that he would contact the village lawyer right away. And 3 days later, it was completed.
Well, we'll check into it, but I don't know.
Yeah. We are looking for an update. I don't know if this is a long venue. Do I make an appointment to sit with the village lawyer? What do we do?
I will get you that answer because I don't know either. But,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, I mean, and they're operating as a breakfast.
Yeah, and they're operating as a bed and breakfast now too. It's R2 zoning. So what's going on?
And they get no permit to do that,
That's a code
unless you've
issue.
given them
One
one.
at a time, Don.
Yeah, that'll be a code issue. So we'll get with the code enforcement guy.
Okay. Who does the code enforcement guy work for?
Us.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I talked to code enforcement 2 weeks ago about a commercial hood going into the facility. He told me that they had no permit to do it. And the next 2 days, workers were there and they finished it. So how does that happen?
I don't know, but we'll follow.
Okay, appreciate it.
Will you call us?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Did you leave your number? Or?
Yeah, I'll leave my number.
Okay.
Russ, you got it?
No, I don't, stop there, stop through, take care of that.
Okay.
I've been this- I mean, except that, apparently they are operating as a bed and breakfast. There's no permit as far as I know to operate as a bed and breakfast.
It's not zoned for that, but
It's not zoned for it, and as far as I know, there's no permit, which means that it's against the law, the way I interpret it. Now what?
right, that's between code and the lawyers. So
I think
I don't know.
that's, well, look, it's gonna stop here, because they're not doing, I mean, they're not maybe feeling like they can jump in on that. So you all are the guiding light here, and so I think you're gonna need to take this on somehow.
Yeah, other than, I mean, we don't, this board, the members on this board don't enforce the code.
No, but they make the code.
But the
and
code
then-
enforcement is aware that the zoning violations in progress, and they're not doing anything about it.
So
And
we
they
will-
work for you.
We will look into that.
Okay. It's not gonna go
We
away.
can look into that.
Yeah, I know, it's just not gonna go away. You know, it's already been, what, 4 or 5 months since we talked about this? Now it's 4 or 5 months later, it looks like no one's paying attention and they're letting them do whatever they wanna do.
We will look into that. We cannot go give code violations or,
Okay.
it takes licenses and
Sure.
whatnot. So,
All right.
Get with them tomorrow and find out.
but we get you stats of what's going on.
One of my concerns is, and it's sort of a sidebar, but it's zoned residential and they're putting commercial hoods and stuff like that in. And so is it being inspected as a commercial facility? Or because it's not a zoned commercial, is it not being inspected at all? And I know that high school graduation's coming up in there pretty soon. You guys approve that or whatever? So, is that one side of things you guys have looked at? I mean, do they have wheelchair accessibility ramps? Are there enough exits for the building? You're letting all these high school kids go in there? That falls back on you guys if the code isn't enforcing their rules. So what is it? Is it commercial? Is it residential?
Yeah, those are all good questions.
Yeah, I mean, it's something to think about. When commercial hoods, when you put them in, they need to be inspected and approved. But are they not inspecting it because it's not commercial? But they're going to be using it commercial. So again, that falls back on this board. If you let an activity, you guys sign off on something going on over there. Or if code and the board is aware that things are going on there commercially and something goes wrong, come all the way back to you guys. Because you're aware of it.
Yeah, once we become aware of it, then we have to
Yeah.
talk to code about it.
Okay.
So I just wanted to comment on the prom that somehow got approved by somebody somewhere to be held at the Pumpelly. I have nothing against the kids in general, and I can understand the lack of other venues. But this was something that they should have known a year ago, and they delayed, whoever delayed the decision until it was too late to find another venue. So they've now crossed the line into another public event, right? The barn is not, as far as I know, unless something has changed in the last 6 or 9 months, doesn't meet safety and health code standards. So again, you're leaving yourself wide open on liability if somebody falls, if there's a fire, if who knows? I mean, kids can get into trouble unintentionally. And you're having this in a residential neighborhood, and I know I've expressed my concerns of the last prior proms at the event, where in the morning I walk our property and we find used condoms, broken bottles, vomit in the driveway. And, we brought these concerns to you before, and yet it's being allowed again, and it's not zoned for it.
Yes, I would say, I don't think we approved the prom there. I think we don't have to.
Who approved it?
Question.
Usually the school does that.
The school doesn't have anything to do with it. If that venue is being used illegally outside of the way it's supposed to, that's code enforcement.
So as mayor, what can you do about it?
We'll talk to code enforcement and see what we can do.
Again, I'm not asking you to shut down the prom, but I'm asking you that this is the last prom that is at that facility.
I didn't even know the prom was happening there, to be honest.
Yeah. That's what we're told.
But I do understand, I mean, our prom is at the Fredway, which is in ruins.
Which is no longer there.
So,
Yeah,
I get it.
I used to book the proms
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
Sales director.
All right, just get back those numbers.
we will.
Right.
Public comment, yes.
Yeah, I have a question about the homeless encampment right here.
Can you, just who you are and where you live, just
Oh,
so we know who
yeah.
you are.
I'm Rebecca Hillman. I live in Vestal.
That's-
I do attend the Owego Nazarene Church.
Okay.
And I've been Also advocating a lot for them over there. We've been doing our cookouts. I just started a nonprofit called Renewal Ranch.
Oh, I think
We
it's very,
are looking to acquire the Common Grounds building here.
Okay.
But we were just told that you guys are demolishing their camp, and removing them from that property.
that's another code thing, so I'm not sure.
Public health.
So I guess I've been wanting to get in touch with you anyways. I would like to figure out how we can all come to an agreement on how to help these people. I know there's a lot of mixed feelings on it, but they are human beings. And they need help. And kicking them off of that property and leveling it, you're not helping them. You're not, Owego has nowhere else for them to go. You have a men's shelter and you have a very small women's and children's place for them to go. There is nothing for people with, they're not all drug addicts. I've had lots of conversations with them. The upbringing that these people have gone through would put you guys in terror. Like, you have no idea what they've gone through. And the town is not doing much to help them except for you guys all want them out of here. And we need to work together.
Yeah, so again, that's a code issue. I do know public health was involved over there. It's private land. They're on private land. The owners are not pursuing trespassing charges. That's not understood there.
No, but I do know that the town, the village is planning on acquiring that land, turning it into a parking lot.
We're attempting to.
What was that?
We are attempting to eventually, yes.
Yes. So how were they all told that they would be arrested if they were over there?
I have no idea.
So as of right now, for your knowledge, they are allowed to be over there.
I probably not supposed to answer that. But I don't know of anything kicking them out of there, but don't say that that's the gospel.
Because
I don't
right
know
now,
what
that's
code's got going on, or the police department has going on. They don't, again, we don't enforce the laws, but they do, so.
well, right now, that is our only place, until we get that building, that is our only place to work with them. And otherwise, they are gonna be scattered around here, trying to find a place to go. So, they're not all bad people back there.
I would say Pastor Jay probably knows the most of the story, because he's.
Oh, yes, that's where a lot of. You can say whatever you want to say.
No, I should not say anything. Say it some other time, some other place. But as far as the police go, as far as somebody being arrested, that's a police matter.
It would be good if we could just allow them to be there and help them instead of just kicking them to the curb. But it's definitely a group effort. So I don't know if you want to talk after or whatever about maybe finding some common ground to help them.
Yeah.
There's about probably a good 17 to 20 now. At one time when it was colder, it was only about 8. We go there every 2 weeks right now and do a little cookout, talk to them, try to offer them what help we can, but there's just not much here.
Yeah, there's not much in Tioga County for them, which is sad. That's above us. Other public comment?
So I'm Peter Gordon, I'm representing the Friends of Evergreen. This request is, I'm making a request to the board and to Fred to begin the process of imagining a use for the property on the east side of the Sasana Loft Monument. The village owns 1,300 feet along the ridge line, and it's an idyllic woodland. And in Martha Lyon's plan for Evergreen, it was suggested that that be developed, and the gazebo in the summit section be moved over there, and those areas where people park and where the gazebo is could be sold for burial plots. And it would be in keeping with the basic, the original intent of the cemetery as a park-like setting and recreational spot. And so the approval we would like is that today Fran and myself and Les Wagner walked that property. And the upshot was that Les and Fran's suggestion was to build a simple walking trail of approximately 20 feet in from the ridge. And this would involve minimal tree removal, mostly picking up fallen logs to avoid trip hazards. Later, we envision a fence along the ridge line, maybe some picnic tables, a much more modest proposal than a complete overhaul, knocking down all the trees we had suggested at one time. Any tree trimming would be the very small 2 or 4 inch little volunteer trees. The tree trimming would be done by Les Wagner, who I think you all know knows how to handle a chainsaw. Les would be working as an agent of the Friends of Evergreen. We do have our insurance certificate on file with the village clerk. And so we're asking the board and Fred Ulrich to give us permission. He'll have a chainsaw there. But hopefully we'll just mark out the path, and any further building or development, we bring it to the board for their approval. Right now, it's just a walking path through the woods there. So we'd like the board to say it's okay to mark the path, and we'd use the deadfall to define the path in the way they do at Waterman and on Hiawatha Island, so it wouldn't be an elaborate. That's it.
We want to make a
Yeah,
motion now on that? Do it quick?
Okay, I propose that the board approve the walking path and along that ridge line of approximately 50 feet. And we'll just be using materials that already exist there.
I'll second that.
Okay. Any discussion about the walking path?
You betcha. Things to know. How much property we own, which way. I've walked that thing, and that the little old trail, somewhat close to the edge, goes along and then slopes down and ends. A bit of dangerousness there, a bit of other things there. I'm interested in knowing. I'll go up there again tomorrow. Interested in knowing more things about what we're going to do, what's up there, what's talked about, before we just say, oh, sure.
Well, see, I'm happy to go.
Yeah, but you know.
If it's in the afternoon.
Sure.
We specifically wanted to move in from the edge.
Of course, we need to.
So we don't want
Probably
to
about
be,
10 feet from the edge.
and we're not gonna reopen any of the old paths.
Yep. I'm just saying that the old path is there, yeah, and when you do that, just all the things. We're gonna put a safety fence up along there, the old path is there, somebody's gonna walk around it and take it, and it'll go down towards Mountain Road, and then it cliffs down. There's just things about it, so I'm interested in slower.
The plan is, as we envision it, to put a fence along there. We wanted to take a baby step, and this will be financed by the Friends of Evergreen, so it's not a village expense. But we agree with you, absolutely.
Just trying.
We're alert to the danger. And that's why we're mapping a path away from any of the old trails.
Yeah, it would be like one step at a time. We'll use walking path. And then we want to put up a fence along the ridge line. And clear out some of the trees so you have a good view. And then eventually have paved parking area. But this is the progress. This is the first step.
Right, people have been there. Somebody built a tree house there. And there's clothing up there. And so they're gonna do what they're gonna do.
The homeless are everywhere.
Yeah, we own 1,300 feet along that ridge line. So it's a fairly large area.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion on that?
So I'm just finishing up as usual. Just as we just now got a whole bunch of more information. For me, there's not enough information yet. We don't have to race on this. I'd like to go up, look, have more information myself. I don't know about others.
I would like more information about it. Just even see it on a.
Want to know, I'll get that. I'm going to go get the village tax map out and look and see where we own. Yeah, we own 1,300 feet. How much do we own up towards the old TV tower? How much? I'm going to look at all that stuff.
DPW has the deed.
Huh?
DPW has the deed.
Yeah.
For that property.
Yeah.
I'm happy to take you on any tour at your convenience.
So anyway, as you know, I'm not prepared to make a blanket permission at this particular moment until
We got the motion, the second, so we gotta do something with it.
are others interested in slowing down and do a little bit more, or do you just want to give the blanket right now? If we're going to slow down, we'll table it. If we're not, then we'll pass it.
That's up to you guys.
I would slow down.
What'd you say, Clark?
I would slow down on it.
All right, well, we'll withdraw it until the next board meeting. We'll, 2 weeks.
Last little piece, because I don't want to vote, I don't want us to be voting stuff down that we actually are thinking about doing and likely to do. I don't want, yeah, I just want to slow it down. I don't want to vote it down. Yeah.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Yeah, that actually was the plan for the path. So we don't go forward with a large development. That's why we just talked about a walking path. When I talked about the fence and Fran talked about the clearances, that's the next step that the village would have to approve. So it's not something where we're asking for a creeping development.
And you and I've talked numbers of times about developing farther from that time, but different possibilities and different.
But Les and Fran put the hammer on me and suggested a much more modest approach than.
All right, we'll table it.
Did you want to withdraw that now?
Table it to the floor.
What's that?
Yeah, we'll get you in a minute, Kevin.
Kevin?
Yeah. Okay. Anything else, Peter? You're good?
So did Fran officially withdrew the motion?
Yes, yeah.
And Charles the second.
Right. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
You all have my email. If you want to get together over my phone.
Other public comment? And then we got Kevin.
Julie Nucci, Climate Smart Communities Task Force Chair. I have a couple things. One is that we got the green light for the $90,000 Clean Energy Communities grant. So the clock has officially started. We have 3 months to put forth our proposal of what we want to do with that $90,000. And there's no match. That's just a free and clear $90,000. So that's good news. Second piece of information, just a suggestion for the motion for the hazard mitigation plan. Do you need to resolve to approve the county multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan and the Village of Owego municipal annex to the hazard mitigation plan? I think you may want to change.
Actually, Wayne sent a resolution.
Because they're two, I mean, one is an appendix of the other, but I think for climate smart communities, you need to approve our jurisdictional annex. So if you could just make it either as a separate resolution or tack it onto that resolution.
Yeah, and that motion needed a resolution from Wayne that she sent like today. At 9 a.m.
Mike, the approval of the county's plan needed something from the line, okay. Because the annex was always the thing that we had to do.
Yeah, that.
Right, and you have to approve the
We have to
county
approve
plan
our-
too. You have
have
to
to do
approve
both.
And the American Planning Association award for the annex that says Owego and not Oswego
Yes.
has now come, and I meant to bring it. So for people who don't know, we won a national planning award for that jurisdictional annex because we included climate smart communities in the forward-looking climate adaptation plan and community involvement and the county plan. So that was kind of a big deal. And then they sent an award to the Village of Oswego. So, but we got that correct.
Mike, can I ask Julie a question? So back to the $90,000 grant. So we have the grant, of course, we have to submit what we're gonna use it for, and then they have to approve what we're gonna use it
They
for.
have to approve what we're gonna use it for.
But they've given us a
They
grant, now it's
said
just
you-
approval of what we want to do.
That's right. They said, yes, you qualify to submit the application for this $90,000 grant. Now you have 90 days to put in your proposal of what you're gonna do with it. So what they can say about what you could or couldn't do with it, I don't have a ton of information. We wouldn't propose anything that's inconsistent with Clean Energy Communities' goals. So I'm not terribly worried about that, but I don't have a definitive answer perhaps if you have.
So the last piece on that, sort of like the DRI, we want to have more than our $90,000 in case they turn something down. Would we do something like that? Have an extra alternative? I don't know if that's practical or
I
doable.
don't know the answer to that, but we have the subcommittee
Yes.
with Fran and Laura and me and Kevin and Jerry, right, who will all work on that. We'll also discuss it, on next Wednesday, the Climate Smart Communities Task Force meeting, and we'll discuss that grant and how it will be used next Wednesday at the Climate Smart Communities Task Force meeting. If anybody wants to go, that's 10 a.m. in the legislative conference room in the county building. Okay, last one is this memorandum of understanding, which, and I know this was all happening late and getting edited, and thank you, Nate, and thank you, Mike, for the comments, and the comments were well taken. I hope that I addressed your concerns. So the issue is we had all agreed and you approved our clean energy intern, but then we ran into a procedural snag. So instead of hiring an intern to get the same thing done, we're going to hire NEST, which is Network for Sustainable Tomorrow, who is going to hire the intern. So it isn't changing what we're going to do or the scope of it, it's just changing the mechanism by which it will happen. It's actually easier because we don't have to hire and onboard anybody, we just have to pay a contract. but that is kind of urgent because her time period is from the middle of June until the middle of August. So if this doesn't get voted on for 2 weeks, we're gonna have a problem with timing. So I am happy to answer any questions that you have about community campaigns or about this document, but I hope you could make a decision about that tonight. For the rest of the people, what that will be is an education effort to let people know you can get a free energy audit and to look at how to make your house more energy efficient. Like, do you need more insulation? Do you need air sealing? The other thing is an educational program about heat pumps and do they make sense for you? Do they not make sense for you? And the third is to present what a community solar project would mean for people and if you're interested and to get information. So it's really the main goal is education. It's not to force, there's no, mandate that people have to sign anything or do anything. We want to educate people so you can make sound decisions. And I'm done.
Yeah, I mean, that'll come up soon.
Can we go back to the $90,000? So, I know when when that's announced, a lot of years perk up, ooh, $90,000. That doesn't go a long way. You could get like one project and that's eaten up and then you gotta hold something after that. We've learned that from the DRI project. $10 million, that's not going long.
Right, and the plan is probably gonna buy a truck for DPW, buy some electric landscaping equipment, and put a charger, a trickle truck, like a level 2 charger, so that the truck could be charged overnight. And that will pretty much kill 90,000. We should hear as soon as New York State makes an announcement that they're supposed to make, that we're gonna actually qualify for a $150,000 grant. And depending on how long it takes DEC to make an announcement, that announcement will let us qualify to then submit back to NYSERDA to get another $150,000 with no match, free and clear. And then we have to figure out how to spend the $150,000.
Sounds like Brewster's Millions, bro.
Pardon?
Battery operated?
It would be an EV. Yeah, it's gotta be an EV. But it gets you a new truck or a new Blazer, yeah, which we know you guys need, so.
Is that strictly EV, Julie, or is that gonna be like a hybrid?
No, it's gotta be an EV.
It's gotta be a straight
Gotta be an
electric.
EV.
Okay. Anything else? We need to know that. Okay, any other, we're still in public comment. Anybody else got anything else? Other than, I think Kevin has something. Kevin, did you have something?
Yes, I just want to say a quick word about the trail next to Sasana Loft. I haven't been there in a while, but if I recall correctly, that trail is about 3 to 5 feet off the steep drop off to the right, and I'm not sure that making another trail makes much sense, to tell you the truth. But I would suggest that all trustees walk it and see if another trail is necessary or not.
Kevin, that's just exactly what we just decided to do. We're slowing down.
Oh, thank you.
There, look that over.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Kevin. Any other public comment? All right.
Mr. Mayor,
So, Christie?
I suggest if it's to your liking that we go out of order, and I would like, well, if it's all right with Charles, I'd like to make a motion about the election of the fire officers. They're here in the room, and when we get going on things, all of a sudden it's 11 o'clock. They got here at 7, so would that be all right if we do that?
All right.
Charles, would be all right if I make a motion? And the motion would be that we approve, and I'll do them all together. We approve as the chief engineer of the Owego Fire Department, Eric Hawkins, duly elected and confirmed by the fire board. I'm just saying that. Eric Hawkins as chief engineer, Charles Olmsted as first assistant engineer, Kenneth Easton as second assistant engineer, and Michael Hopkins as deputy chief. In our code, I was looking at it today again, the millionth time. In the old days, we only had the 3 chiefs, and we only approved 3 chiefs, but it does say in our charter code today that we approve the chief and 3 assistants. So apparently we do the deputy also.
Right.
So those 4, those are the ones that we approve. That's all we're allowed to approve, as per our attorney last time anyways.
The others are part of the nonprofit
They're not officers of the village.
Right.
These 4 are the officers of the village. So that was, you got it all, that was the motion. I know talked in the middle of it, but the 4 engineers.
I definitely second that.
Any discussion on that? Let's vote. Fran?
Yes.
Charles?
Absolutely.
Rusty?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Terry, if you're with us up there. Terry's online tonight. She's
Probably can't.
Yes.
Mike probably can't vote on our policy in that manner.
Very good result.
yeah, because we have
Okay.
4. But anyway, doesn't matter. I vote yes.
She gave the thumbs up.
You can't vote unless you're on video.
Right, which is not a video.
Yeah.
I guess we're gonna follow every law to the T. That's true.
Well, it's
Okay, anyway, along with that same discussion, I got a message from our current fire chief, used to be current fire chief, Jim Morris. Says he's not able to make the meeting tonight because he's coaching a game over at Little League. Please let everyone know that I said thank you for the support for the last 5 years of being chief. We've gotten a lot accomplished in those years with different grants for SCBA tanks, along with radios, and he could not have gotten it done without the assistant chief, Churchman and Bill. I told him I'd pass on the word.
And in our last meeting, we thanked them and the assistant chiefs too, also, Mr. Churchman and Mr. Ball. No, and the thanks are there every time, again tonight.
So, that was done. Let me cross that off the list.
We'd love to have you stay if you want to stay.
Okay.
But just give me the opportunity.
We're gonna have Ken Easton make me want to say something.
Ken, what do you got?
Michael, being a veteran of this board, being a 15-year chief, it would be nice if Rodney would send a letter to those 3 chiefs, thanking them for their contribution. If for no other reason that they get to post it on their wall, and when their grandkids come along, point at it and say, that's what I did.
No, I agree.
Rodney, it's nice to see another old person here.
All right, so we will get that to happen. Send them a letter.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Charlie, don't clap, I just started.
And thank you to all the new guys who are stepping up and running departments, including Ken. All right. Thank you. All right, so back to our invited guests. We have, Brittany's gonna show up. She's also at Little League game. So when I told her when she shows up, we'll still be here. So no big deal. But we have Tim Steed from Hunt, who's gonna talk to us about the I&I project.
Thanks, Mayor. I know we talked about it at the last board meeting, and I don't know as if anybody, I know that there was a desire to slow it down and research a little bit more. I don't know if anybody had taken the time to go over and talk with the sewer department or understand their feelings. But in short, the sewer system is largely a combined sewer system in the fact of stormwater, a significant amount of stormwater enters the sanitary sewer. That is conveyed via pump stations. So anytime it rains, stormwater is pumped over to the treatment plant. It is treated and then ultimately discharged back to the river. So a lot of expense in terms of pumping and treatment, let alone the capacity that it eats up in the sanitary sewer. And that capacity may someday be a limiting factor on potential development in a specific area. Currently, there are incentives from the DEC to remove stormwater from the sanitary sewer. It is not a mandate at this point in time to remove it. However, it may be a mandate at some point in time in the future. That could be sooner rather than later. Typically, if you achieve, I believe it's, don't hold me to this, either 90 or 95% of your rated capacity of your plant, if you hit that with flow, you are then required to implement a flow management study by the DEC and then seek ways to reduce that. And you're then under essentially an order by the DEC to do so.
Tim, you're getting choppy there.
Okay, you break it up, Jim.
I don't know if it's us or you.
Before you get to that point, we had completed a study back in 2022, 2023 that utilized old studies as well as our new findings to identify a number of. Oh, can you still hear me? Oh,
Yeah,
it's
kinda
me.
choppy.
It's me. Maybe I'll stop walking around. Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's better.
How about now? Can you hear me?
Yep.
We can't hear you.
Can you
Hello,
hear us?
everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes. Oh, I think it's Tim. Now still says he's there, but I bet he left.
So I'd just like to ask the board if they're aware of the Army Corps of Engineers study on stormwater system in the village.
Yeah, Tim's gonna get to that, but yeah. All right, Tim, are you back?
I am back. Can you hear me?
Not too much better, but.
Can you hear me, Mayor?
Yes.
Hey, hopefully this works a little bit. My apologies. I'm not in the greatest cell area.
That sounds better.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So basically, just to recap, the DEC. Okay. Thanks. The DEC potentially could require you to eliminate your stormwater from your sanitary sewer system. We completed a study that identified over $10 million of improvements needed to eliminate stormwater from the sanitary sewer. Obviously, that is not practical, so we looked at a phased approach. That phased approach would start to develop a trunk storm sewer from the river inland and cover the majority of the streets in the village over time, with the first phase starting with Front Street, Lake Street, Church Street, and some other small portions there. That was a price of about $1.4 million. There are two grants available for that: the WIA, the Water Infrastructure Improvement Act, and the WQIP, the Water Quality Improvement Program. Both of those are coming due. The first one was announced a month and a half ago. That is due on June 14th. And to apply for that, seeker has to be completed, which you did last meeting. You have to do a supporting resolution, and then you have to pass a bond resolution. The supporting resolution, bond resolutions are prerequisites. You can pass those, you can apply for the funds, you can see whether you get the funds or don't get the funds, and then make a decision of whether to advance it or not. Likely, you're not going to advance it just with one grant. So the goal is to stack multiple grants. And in order to do that, you need to start someplace. So we're recommending you start at the WIA grant, which we've been working on for the past month and a half. The Water Quality Improvement Program, which was just announced at the beginning of May, is due at the end of July. And then after that, work on economic development grants, which, as I may have mentioned, or it may have been cut up in my poor signal, was stormwater entering sanitary sewers can limit the capacity of sanitary sewers such that it limits development in the future. And that is an economic development issue as well. And so, but you can't go after economic development monies. They're smaller in nature than the WIA and the WQIP. Economic development funds are not going to give you something for a larger project unless you really have support in other areas. They're not as large to move the needle. And so I think some of those smaller grants you would apply for after you receive the WIA or the WQIP. But again, all of these grants are something that you could potentially look to go after. See if you get those, see what the resulting local share is, and then make a decision from there. I think it might be prudent to go after some of these grants before the DEC tells you that you must remove the stormwater from your system, and then there aren't grant opportunities in which to do so, and you have to bear the cost solely on the village taxpayers. There are funds available right now, but I'm not certain how long they will be available for. Each year they announce them, and everybody's always waiting to see what will be included in the various grant programs. So, and I know we talked about last time, but the WIA and the WQIP, they each would provide about 25% of the cost. So those two together would be close to about 50% of the project cost. And then if no other grants were received, the balance would then be a local share. That local share is typically financed over a 30-year period. So it is manageable. But again, this is infrastructure that once this infrastructure is in, is going to far outlast that 30-year return period. So I know this is an issue that you've dealt with in the past. We have met with Dirk and Josh over at the plant. Both are in support of separating the storm water from the sanitary system, both from an operational perspective as well as a capacity issue, and then just a pure O&M wear and tear on the mechanical infrastructure that's in the system. So with that being said, I'd be available for any questions you have. I think before you today was the same resolutions that you had before your last meeting. You did the seeker resolution. The second one would be the supporting resolution, and followed by a bond resolution. And I would defer to your attorney, Nate, if you do decide to advance it, to guide you through that procedure so that all the steps are properly followed. But I'm sure people may have questions, and I'd be available. I'm available to try to answer any of your questions that you might have.
I think the hiccup there might be the bond resolution. Talking to Nate earlier, right, Nate?
Right. I'm pretty sure there is not a bond resolution prepared for tonight.
That's the hiccup. Do it
Sorry, could you say that again?
Since we don't have a bond resolution, we can't pass it. I think that puts it out of the deadline for first application.
For the 14th. The resolution take 30 days. Some of those things take more time than just our regular.
As I recall correctly, The
30 days.
purposes of the application, they needed action.
Who's the
The purpose of the referendum period doesn't need to have expired. However, I think the mayor is correct. If the deadline is June 14th, there's no bond resolution prepared for tonight. And so unless the board called a special meeting of some sort to address this, you're not going to make the deadline.
And you could do a special meeting. The only thing that's required to upload on or before the 14th um, is a certified resolution, as Nate just mentioned. And so that is something that I was under the understanding the bond resolution was being drafted. But if that is the case, there is potentially time for a special meeting. But obviously, if depending on the board's pleasure, if it's something you don't want to, um, move ahead at this time, I think
Well, we're losing again, Tim. Must be
the next opportunity would be next year at this time. Again, if they do have if they do have the funds.
So I guess what do you want to do, guys? Do we want to?
But I just mentioned that next year at this time would be the next opportunity for the WIA funds if they do announce it.
Mr. Mayor?
Do we want to prepare that resolution to have a meeting next week or something like that? Rusty?
Yep, because you brought up what the glitches, if we were on board with this and ready to do it, those are the glitches about us being able to do it. Last meeting, the first thing out of our mouths was all the money trouble we're in, the money we don't have, and do we have the ability to, not do we have the ability, you can do anything, but our budget thing is coming up, what kind of monies do we have? What kind of monies obligations do we have, and do we, $1.4 million is the estimate of the Church Street first phase. If it turned out we got the full 25 on each one, that's 700 some thousand dollars that we got to come up with for phase one. And of course, we know that to do the whole village is $20 million. It's the same. We haven't even wrestled with the money part, much less, well, how do we do the bond resolution? We haven't even talked about this, about the money.
I guess, do we have appetite for that? Because if not, then we're just talking about. Is it related to this?
It's related to this in that the Army Corps study, the Army Corps is looking at the entire village, at the stormwater system. They have now modeled existing conditions. They are going to model future conditions. So they will say to separate the system, that's not in question. They're definitely going to recommend to separate the system, but we have a BRIC DTA grant in which we will hopefully find out we get direct technical assistance. The goal of BRIC DTA is to submit a BRIC grant, which is Building Resilient Infrastructure Communities, which could be a $10 million grant, which as a FEMA Cedars community, we could get 90% funded. So I think before we jump, there's a lot of potential streams. We have made a lot of inroads with FEMA, with the Army Corps, and we need to comprehensively and holistically look at the situation. The Army Corps study we will have this fall. So we will have their existing condition, models of future needs of the stormwater system coming up. So it seems prudent to have that information, because otherwise you could do something and then in a big view of the village, you tear up the road and you do something, and maybe you wanted to do something else because it's not the entire village level. So I'm urging caution, especially when we have a $150,000 study that's near completion.
Rusty?
So as much as Tim isn't going to like to hear this, one of the decisions we're making now is what we want to do now is, do we want to hire Hunt to be our lead in this, to be our engineer, so whatever, and do our grant? That's one of the things that we're talking about doing right now. Maybe we do, and maybe Maybe, not sure if we do. Trying to explain.
Rusty, what grant are you talking about?
We're talking about whether any of these grants, if we're going to move ahead, we're going to be hiring you to go out and be our lead, do whatever for us on all these things, on the WIIA or the WQIT. We're talking
Sure,
about hiring.
sure. And I
Well, no,
was, as I
I'm
mentioned,
saying that's what we're doing.
yeah, no, and as I mentioned last time, the WIA grant and the WQIP grant, we would write at no cost to you. That's something that we had started with respect to the BRIC grant. I'm very familiar with the BRIC grant. I have reached out to Army Corps of Engineers. We provided our modeling of the system to Army Corps of Engineers. Um, the and I think potentially if you do go after a BRIC grant and that is successful, the any grants that you receive from DEC, WIA, et cetera, can be used in addition in concert with, any BRIC grants. And so I think any money that you might have in addition to that would just be helpful and usable in the grand scheme of things. Uh, I'm just worried that the DEC may require you to move ahead at some point in time um, when funds may or may not be available. And so I'm not advocating to move ahead with the project. I'm advocating to see what funds are available, what can you secure, and gather as much as you can. These funds, if you apply for them, they do not have to be used immediately. I believe there's a 5-year period and in which to advance those. So it's something that you do have time to, apply for other grants, apply for BRIC grants, etc. But unfortunately, the state of New York, only comes out with these grants once a year, and so you just try to strike while the iron's hot. But if the board doesn't want to advance it, I think getting prepared and be prepared for next year at this time would definitely be a good idea, and you have the tools in which to do so. The study that was completed for the sanitary sewer system, the only thing likely that would have to be done if it was to be applied next year is to update the cost, is likely there to change, and then to to add any sections that the funding, if it is available, requires next year that might be different from this year. So you do have the tools available to build upon next year. Just don't know what funding might be available next year. So that's all. It's just an opportunity if the board does want to advance it, great. If not, then I think we'd be happy to help you and be of assistance in the future.
What are you guys want to do? If we want to advance it, we need to have a meeting next week to get that bond resolution prepared. If we don't want to advance it, then there's no point in doing it. Brent?
I think we should wait till we have the Army Corps of Engineer report. We'll come into the fall. Know what their recommendations are.
Rusty?
Lori, you've talked a lot. Go ahead.
I agree with Fran. The Army Corps of Engineers will give us a lot of information about how to fix it, our best ways to fix it, and more possibilities than what's on the table right now. What's on the table right now fixes like a portion, but not the whole problem that the Army Corps is analyzing for us. So if the Army Corps gives us better ideas for the curbs with little rain gardens, permeable pavement, porous pavement, gravel gardens, all the things, green infrastructure, all the new improvements, we could, so right now we have, Hunt has the money, or Hunt had there's a grant that they were working on to replace the windows and do some work at 90 Temple, but that money isn't going to fix the problems that they're experiencing. It's just sort of like throwing money at the building. And So I see this million as like throwing some money at the project, but not guaranteed to holistically like fix it. And with the hazard mitigation and the BRIC TTA funding, we could get help for more grants, and we can include the stormwater funding in hazard mitigation grants and flood mitigation assistance grants. So we could have more funding available than just the WIA and the WQIP.
Okay, so is the consensus to keep this on the radar and see what we get? Rusty?
You have to distilling it down. From what Tim tells us, yes, there's monies now. We have decent whatever chance now. If we wait, we have a chance of we got the risk. We understand all that piece. We're rushing. If we do it, we're rushing into something that we're not ready for. So my consensus would be the same as Fran's and Laura's, that it's just another thing that it's too quickly. And possibly if somehow we think about something, maybe we can still get the WQIP that's due July 21st if we somehow decided we wanted to do something else. But that's where I am.
Doesn't matter to me. What do you guys want?
Charles, what do you want?
I totally agree with more information. Is the best.
Dave?
Yeah, let's get some more information before we make any decisions we may regret in the future.
I would be the opposite. The mindset that let's try and get some money because we don't take it, see what happens. It's money we might not get next year or the year after. Whatever. You
So
guys,
this is time
I'll vote
sensitive.
with you. It is definitely time
For
sensitive.
this particular.
June 14th.
We'd have to vote, we'd have to have a special meeting next week to be able to apply for the money. Right now, we can't apply.
So can this information be got before then, in this time period?
Probably not. This fall.
Okay, so, Tim, are you saying that even if we get awarded this grant, we can turn it down?
Correct.
Yes. Yeah. And again, it's just, keep in mind, I'm not looking to push a project. I mean, we did identify a holistic approach. However, to solve the issues, we vetted it with DEC. Um, the I'm looking at just if there's money available now, trying to capitalize on that, and then you have 5 years in which to move on that money. And at that point in time, you could potentially go after, if you get the Army Corps study, if it says something else, there may be many pieces to the Army Corps study. There may be installing storm sewers, and then in addition to installing some green infrastructure. You could use some of the money that we're talking about to go after the storm sewers, use other monies to go after green infrastructure. There's other green infrastructure practice money separate from what I'm speaking of. And I think any money that's available, the village would want to go after. Because as you know, infrastructure projects are super expensive. And regardless of how you cut them, whether they're at the plant, they're a street, they're a sewer, whatever it is, they're expensive. And so you want to just try to take advantage of any money that you can possibly get. And the only reason we're saying only 1.4 million is trying to cut up a larger project into an initial starting point and start to develop the backbone of a system that you could utilize in the future. And so I think it's workable, and with respect to many different opportunities that might come along. But again, it's the board's decision, and it's something that uh, however you decide to move ahead, we'd be happy to help out, whether it's this year, next year, July, whenever it may be. Be happy to continue to offer the services. If you wanted to not do this and go after the WQIP, we'll write that at no expense for you as well. So it's something that we're there to do whatever the board wishes.
Thank you. No, that's good.
So what do you think?
I think it's crazy leaving money on the table. If we can get it. pile all these things together, we can get it a lot cheaper than we can at the end, but it's up to you guys. Rusty?
Of course, one of the things that happens to us so many times, we start something and we get on the locomotive and we can't slow it down. And then all of a sudden it's moving and then all of a sudden it's way more money. And so it's, oh, this one's 1.4, except that by the time this comes around, it's suddenly 2.8. And now we've got to have a bond of, I mean, it just, these things without us, no, they move way beyond us.
Turn it down if it's the right thing.
Yeah, I haven't seen us turn down anything that we could turn down. I see once we start, we never stop. But
We turned down 250,000
yep, 15 years ago.
last year.
Well, it's all up to you guys. I'll bring this up later, but maybe we'll be having meetings every week anyway. Right.
Got a lot of talking to do about money.
So maybe have a meeting anyway. So it may not matter. But you want us to prepare the bond resolution or not? Because it costs us money to prepare the bond resolution. Correct. Yeah, a couple of thousand. So the real question is, do we want to spend that? It's like $3,000 to have bond counsel to prepare the actual bond resolution. We're not going to do it, there's no point spending it.
I'm the same place I was. I'm not ready.
Not ready.
See what opportunities there are in the future. Let's do Brittany, since she came here from Little League.
Sorry, I'm late.
Very fine.
The mayor asked me to come and talk about the pro-housing communities that the governor's rolled out. I don't know, do you guys have specific questions on it, or you just want like a brief overview?
I brought it up last time and probably didn't know a whole lot about it.
Okay.
So the overview is probably good.
Okay. Well, so it's an initiative out of the governor's office to try to address housing shortages and crises across the state. It's been around for a couple of years, but it's been optional for communities in terms of accessing other grant programs. With the passing of the state budget this year, if you want to go after certain grant funds with the state, New York Main Street, Restore New York, DRI, New York Forward, other programs as well, you have to be a certified pro-housing community. So like I said, you know, the CFA round is due in July. So there's a couple of programs if the village isn't certified that people may not be able to go after, like Main Street grants or things like that. So for you guys, they take a look like a 3-year look back at your housing growth data. And I think for rural municipalities, it has to be a 1% growth over a 3-year period, which really you would have met that with Owego Gardens 2 going online. There's enough additional housing units going online there where you would kind of meet that 1% growth requirement over 3 years. If a municipality isn't able to meet that growth requirement, then you have to pass a resolution kind of pledging pro-housing initiatives. But since you guys probably will have met that, I don't think you'll have to do the resolution. So in order to apply, you just submit a letter of intent. There's a table that has to be filled out where you submit your zoning map and you input information on your different zoning districts within the village. And then the third spreadsheet you have to fill out is about building permit data with a 5-year look back, but it's just for building permits where you've added or removed housing stock. So it's not, you know, someone fixing their porch or things like that. So you would have to report that for the last 5 years. You submit it, and the state kind of goes through a 90-day review if it takes that long. That's just kind of the window they give themselves. And you become certified as a pro-housing community. You recertify on an annual basis, so if you ever do not want to be a part of the program, you don't have to be. So
But if we don't get into it, then none of our residents can apply for those grants, correct?
Yes.
It's not even just the village, it's you guys, it's the building owners, it's everything. It
Yeah,
trickles
so
into everybody.
I know you guys know we apply for Restore New York a lot, so the next round of Restore, the village of Owego wouldn't be eligible. Any property owner within, we couldn't submit an application before, or if the village isn't certified as a pro housing community. We access New York Main Street a lot to help the village as well. A lot of times it's the municipalities applying and it's a pass through to the property owners. So we wouldn't be able to support the property owners with these kind of applications anymore. We have one property owner on North Avenue that asked the land bank to consider applying for a Main Street grant on their behalf. And we won't be able to submit that unless the village is certified.
And that's Alex, and he's come to me, to us, and said that he would like us to join that so that he has the ability to get grants, and others would too. But I don't have the document here. We got it a little bit back. I wanted to look at it. Of course, the same questions with the state. When we have to do something, that's always nice that the state makes us have to do it. What we kind of want to know is, what are we getting into? What things are we going to have to do? And how will they be coming into our door and watching us and doing all these? These are our worries about playing around with the state on this stuff. But just like the policing directive that we had, community policing, we didn't have any choice in that, and we had to join that, and we had to submit our documents. So this may be another thing where we always have a choice, but where we don't have a choice. I don't like that.
You know, we have a choice, but they've tied so much stuff to it that it's,
Yeah.
kind of don't have a choice.
So they got us there, but I still want to know which things they're going to come in here and tell us, okay, now you have to do this way, and you have to do that way. And that always worries me. I don't know.
Well, the thing about it is there's no teeth tied to it right now. Doesn't mean 3-4 years down the road when they expand this program that they don't come back and have something tied to it. But it is on an annual basis. So if at any point you're not comfortable with it, you don't have to recertify.
I did like your, the stat you gave about, at the moment, it's 1% housing is the number for rural communities, because we just put in 100, and that 100 is 1% of 10,000. So I'm saying that's 3, 4, 5% for us there, but when we don't do it next week, that's another worry.
That's only good for 3 years.
Yeah, and so municipalities are still able to participate even if they haven't met that growth. They just have to pass a resolution instead. And there's like 4 or 5 things you're basically pledging to.
Yeah, the resolution's here.
Yeah, that's the template.
You got it there? I had it. I can't find anything.
So if the state agrees that you guys have had enough growth, you won't have to pass the resolution at least this time.
But we still have to write the letter and submit the documents that they want.
Yes. Yeah. So
And obviously that would need to be approved by all of you guys. I can't just do that.
So the
And
first-
there, you go.
that would be the first step, is to submit a letter of intent.
And then what, see, that's another one of the questions. So now they want a bunch of data. Suddenly, do we have our office staff and on and on and on that can't begin to handle our stuff? Do they have to do
So
a ton of stuff? These are all the worries.
the zoning document, the spreadsheet, Elaine offered to help fill that out and give it back to you guys, and you guys can confirm that it's correct. And then you submit your zoning map. I don't know if that's is that online, your zoning map?
Yeah.
And the building permit, initially when I saw it, I was, that's a lot of information to ask, and it is, but thankfully it's just units that you're adding and subtracting. So it's not as many building permits as I was thinking it was gonna be. But like when the land bank demolishes the house, we'd have to go back and pull the demo permit and miss that. But I don't think it's gonna be as many as we think it's gonna be, because there's not oftentimes with like a lot of new construction going on, so.
So therein lies another one of the thoughts. They want us to submit zoning map. Do they want to have some influence on how we zone our village? How does that work? I don't know.
Honestly, you guys have, the way you allow housing in all of pretty much your zoning districts. So I think that you have a more advanced
They probably have a decent case.
Yeah.
But I think right now, no. The way it's written, no. But eventually, I bet they do.
Eventually, they're gonna be telling us what we have to do with our zoning. Yeah, that's the, can't wait for the state.
That's state politics.
Yeah.
You know how it goes.
So last piece. So we join and we whatever, we write the letter of intent, we join and we can unjoin.
Yeah, it's on an annual basis. I can check on, I mean, if you are 6 months in and you want to withdraw, I don't have the answer to that. I can ask them,
But
but
annual basis, if something's not right for us and we don't want them
Get out.
here, we can get out. That's important.
About that, unchecks us from all those grants that basically the HDR gives out.
and actually they're tying even Empire State Development grants to it too.
Yeah,
So
they're gonna do it.
They are, yeah.
Yeah, that's your carrot to
Yeah, oh, yeah.
do it, you know what I mean?
So, Brittany, were you gonna do these, documents for us?
So we can definitely help you guys. You need permission. The mayor, you'd have to submit the letter of intent. Elaine offered to help fill out the zoning table and we get it back and we could work with Mick and Terry. I mean, we don't have access to your building permit data, so we'd have to get that from them, but we can help fill it out.
Because one thing Mick needs is more work.
So I guess that's the ultimate question, is do you guys want me to go do this?
I do. I motion that we approve the pro-housing communities resolution.
So, to be clear, that's this resolution.
Well, and you guys don't have to do that. That's up, if you want to do it, you can. You don't have to, I don't. I think we do the letter of intent first and we fill in the spreadsheet to make sure that the state feels that you've met that 1% growth over the last 3 years. And if they agree that you've met that, you don't have to do the resolution.
So we have to do a letter of intent,
Right.
At this point.
not pass a resolution. But
They may come back and say we have to pass a resolution.
I think it said that it has to be that and it has to be that word for word. We can't change it at all. It has to be exactly what they said. Yeah.
If we pass the resolution, it has to, which the state guys, when they came to council government, said, you just fill in your name here and you can't change anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll change my motion. I'll make a motion that we create this letter of intent, the table with the zoning map and the building permit data with the moving and the adding of housing stock. And consider the resolution when we have the data.
I agree with that.
Second?
Yep.
Okay. Any discussion about that motion? So let's create the letter of intent and fill out the paperwork. Oh, Fran?
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
Rusty?
Reluctant, yes.
Nora?
Yes.
Dave? Yes. And yes. Okay, so we'll get that moving. You got help.
Thanks, Brittany.
We'll help you. Thank you guys.
Thanks, Brittany.
Aren't you happy you got that bigger job? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go.
I'm just gonna leave this with you.
Okay.
You can get a hold of me.
I will.
Thank you. Okay. My number's on there.
Okay. I'll be in touch. Well, on the phone, we have James. So let's do the DRI stuff. So he can go to sleep maybe.
Nope, not asleep yet. Can you guys all hear me all right?
We can, yes.
Oh, yeah.
You got a better connection than Tim for sure.
Yeah. So do we want to start with just the change order and then we can go through a brief update of the projects?
Let's do the quick update and then the change.
Okay.
I did print out everything you sent.
Great. So just
Sent a bunch of stuff. Yeah, that's a change. Except the bench. The bench we're talking about right now.
so starting to talk about Marvin Park. So construction is still moving forward with that. The basketball courts, they are looking to do the corrections that we talked about previously. Um, there is an issue that we noticed that even though the pickleball courts are usable, they don't necessarily meet tournament standards currently. So we have proposed to uh, extend 8 feet on the end of the pickleball court and to move one of those light poles. Uh, those numbers just came in late today, so I didn't have time to put together a formal change order. And it'd probably be better if you guys, took some time to review that. But you could see on the 3 pickleball court layouts that we provided, there was some talk about potentially adding some striping to fit a couple more courts on there as well over the basketball court. We kind of talked about that a little bit when the pickleball court came up in design as well. But ultimately, we're looking at layout 3 is probably the only one that's practical without adding, doubling the cost. It would be to move, a light pole and add on a little bit of asphalt.
So this is the one that has the 4th pickleball court in the middle of the basketball court. That's layout 3.
James, what did you say about some of those potential changes, the cost of it?
Yep. So looking at the asphalt and the light pole move. Trying to find my PDFs. I have a lot open here. So Streeter is looking for about, these numbers are right. Let's see. I want to make sure I get the numbers right. I feel like I sent some outdated balance sheet here this afternoon. These came in too late. So Dyko is proposing about $6,000 to move that light post. And Streeter is proposing about 13,000 to add that 8 foot of asphalt on the back. So essentially, what you guys are gaining with that is what would be a more tournament standard use of those pickleball courts. So that between that and layout 3, that's something for you guys to consider between now and then. That is not a change order that has been submitted or proposed yet, just something for you guys to think about whether or not it would be for the good of the community and the use of those courts.
That's from somebody else. That's not even from somebody brought that on here. So that's not even, I wouldn't even look at that stuff. That's not even.
Were you talking about the thing that the pickleball people dropped?
Yeah, pickleball people brought that.
Oh.
That doesn't line up to what James is talking about. I mean,
Okay. No,
it
well,
does, but. What James is talking about is from where the laptop ends right now, which is too close to the edge of the pickleball. To move that center light pole back out of the way. And then add 8 feet of blacktop. If it ends here, add 8 feet to give it a proper space off the court to play pickleball.
And proper space wasn't in the original design?
Correct.
Why?
Well, one of the main things is the pickleball court was added at the very last second. We were there to approve the design drawings, and then a number of people came in and spoke to it. The board agreed to get them into the drawings at the last second, and so those drawings went out without a proper 100% review. with that one modification. Um, but the pickleball court design is still usable. There are courts with spacing, and it's just the buffer clearance behind the court that is more narrow than is desired. The standard for a tournament size court requires an 8-foot clearance behind the court. And it seems that our local pickleball club could use something like that.
Whoever was in charge of that whole piece of the project, whoever built it, and whoever striped it, I don't know who these people are. So the pickleball court, forget about this idea of tournament size. When you're in the pickleball court, you stand behind the pickleball court. They built the pickleball court right up to the edge of the asphalt. That's not tournament size. That's falling down, breaking your neck. That's just foolish. I don't know who would build that. I don't know who would stripe that. That's just, I don't know who would put a pole in the middle of the very back of a court. I don't know who would put a basketball thing in the middle of the key. Who the heck's over there doing this?
It's not flat either.
The basketball court's marked
Well,
wrong.
yeah, something's marked wrong. The whole thing's marked wrong.
Laura, I think the grading of it is so that the water can run off. I think, I was told.
It's supposed to be graded so water drains off, but it's more waved like a parking lot because it's asphalt, right? When it was proposed to us, it was told that it was going to be tennis court surface and lining, and the price was $18,000 extra that we were paying for it.
So how much is it gonna cost to restripe it? Because if anything, adding asphalt is gonna cost $13,000. How much is it to restripe it?
How would we?
There's no cost for you guys to restripe it. The contractor is correcting the restriping of the basketball court.
So with the restriping of the basketball court itself, would that give more room between the pickleball courts and the basketball court?
No, because the basketball court is wrong.
That way, not narrow, then there's not gonna be a buffer zone for serving and coming down on full court pass, or whatever. Unless we combine two sports into one. That's not gonna.
Does somebody have the thing from the pickleball people?
I'd say pickleball.
No, they sent us a thing. Thank you. I misplaced it. And it has pictures in them of the stuff. Rodney and I were over there looking at it today, saying, what the heck?
I really wish you guys get involved and come to the meeting. Yeah.
How will we know somebody's gonna strike a pickleball court 1 foot from the end of the thing? We don't know that.
I was there day one and made a video of it. Day one, when they were actually doing the paving. So that's how I think the community got hold of the idea that something was amiss.
This project required site plan reviews that it didn't go through.
That's not true. Our attorney can weigh in on that. That's not true.
So anyway, you folks have seen this.
Yeah.
So, not a regulation pickleball court. Any pickleball court needs 8 feet behind this line.
Yeah, no, it's wrong.
So you don't fall and break your neck. Yeah, just bizarre.
The movement of the light, that's what got me. Why is that so costly if it wasn't wrong?
Well, that was actually in the right spot.
It wasn't the right spot.
Well, then,
Do you have something to add, like that's gonna help?
I do, because if you just put one pickleball court and turn it 90 degrees, and you don't need more pavement and you don't have to move the light.
That's an option.
So one option would be to put, because you can't play pickleball and basketball at the same time now, but if you just said one pickleball court, that should fit well in the existing perimeter, and without a fence, it's pretty damn hard. So I don't know what a fence, one pickleball court, it's just something.
Well, the fence we wanna do outside the DRI, anything with the DRI money is.
But
that's the cost. It's
one
300
good
grand.
plain pickleball court will be better than two.
go get that. That is a solution without spending a ton of money.
So the pickleball people did submit this potential plan of putting 2 courts in lengthwise. Did you see that?
No.
Oh, they're putting 2, so right now there are 3 courts, this going towards the pool, and this would be 2 courts where those 3 are, but they would be going the other direction.
Okay.
And I didn't measure that when we were over there this morning, but
Yeah, that matters.
that, of course, that requires new painting and it requires putting holes in the asphalt for the net, but that's a possibility.
And with your idea, Mike, that you had with putting a court dead center of the basketball court,
Yeah, so we do have,
in case there's a tournament and you have the main stage.
we can mark one, like inside the basketball court.
If we did that, we could mark that off, because the pickleball people will bring their own
Right.
portable nets that don't have to go into the thing. So that could be another potential one at certain times.
Because I did find portable nets for like $100.
Yeah, so they can.
Yeah.
So once again, if we consider this, the 2 courts instead of the 3 the way they are, we don't have to spend a bunch of more money on a bunch more asphalt. And actually, we don't have to move the light pole, because the light pole is right in the middle of those 2 there.
Right, yeah, that's not an issue.
So the light pole wouldn't have to be moved, and we didn't have to do asphalt. You're hearing all this?
And it is regulation 60 feet by 40 feet. To allow for.
Yes, I'm hearing it. The only problem with turning them the long way is that the foundations that have the pickleball equipment on them would have to be removed and then reinstalled, unless you were gonna just go with temporary nets.
Oh,
the net.
yeah.
Yeah, right. We'd have to remove the net things and put them in the other direction.
Did they install those today? I saw the actual pole that was going in, but I didn't stay long enough.
That stuff was in before today.
The schedule had them, they were supposed to install the basketball hoops and the nets today.
Say that again, James?
The schedule had them installing the nets and the hoops today, if I recall correctly.
Okay, so you think that's already complete? I haven't been over there since 9 o'clock this morning.
I don't know if it's been complete. We don't have continuous inspection. That wasn't part of any of these contracts.
That's a good idea that we didn't have a clerk of the works keeping an eye on anything.
Yeah, so we could turn them. But like, everybody said we'd have to move them, remove the nets, but that's a lot less than whatever the price was for.
More asphalt, moving light.
Yeah. And we're only losing 1 court, really. If this was, I'd have to go measure this before and say.
I just did that. I forgot already. I measured the whole thing.
Is it really 120 long?
The court is 120 by 106.
This is probably right. You could fit 2 lengthwise there.
36.
They're 60
36 by 40 yards. That was what we measured.
They're 60 by 40 deep.
I see it's going to have input by the people who are going to be playing this sport.
So back to the blue, we're spending way too much time on this, but back to the blue picture here. That shows a court, and forget about regulation. It's how big is it for safety, et cetera, and 60 feet
Right.
looks about right for safety.
That's
The size of the court, and then the
60 by 40 is probably about right.
which is actually 8 foot outside of the line on each end. Well, that sure makes a whole lot more sense.
Right.
Put 2 in sideways.
And we can overlay the one in the middle of the basket.
We can paint that and put it and have a portable nets. Boy, that sounds like a.
So then we still have 3 courts.
Was it 8 feet?
Right. I like that.
I can draft up that updated layout tomorrow and ask Streeter to provide a new price to take out those foundations and put them in a different location.
Yeah, that'd be good.
the heck do we have for a foundation? I just saw,
There is the.
I just saw three little things.
They're augered in with an 18-inch auger.
Put an 18-inch auger?
Way down in there.
They're augered in.
We-
So you have to
No, I'm
auger
hearing you.
the
Obviously, we
It's
were
like the
putting,
poles for the basketball.
we were putting up nets that will stop the running of the bulls.
Right, yes.
Are we gonna be relining the basketball court as well
Yes,
to kick that back and get?
yes, that was
So
lined
so the
incorrectly.
basket is in the key.
That was lined incorrectly. The poles are in the right position. Lines are not.
The lines are not.
Guy who lined it never played basketball, really.
Yeah.
Somebody's doing different lines.
It's just paint, yeah.
Blacktop, are they painting this?
No.
Just blacktop?
No, there's lines painted on it.
There's already lines.
Because usually courts are painted.
Yeah, they have different colored asphalt or final coating on top.
Yeah, there's a final coat, it's
Yeah.
not like the.
We just got the basic and those some straighten.
We can paint it later.
But I want to spend more time on this pickleball court than we do on a $1.4 million bond issue.
Although we did go with pickleball over tennis because pickleball doesn't need the fancy surface. You can play it on blacktop.
So is James gonna mock up us a potential, is that all right?
Yeah, I'll draft up the other layout and I'll get that to Streeter and try to get you guys an updated estimate on that.
Is that what we want?
Is that gonna, give us the minimum out of bounds area?
Yeah.
Around the pickleball
It
courts.
would
and
give us that 8 feet that if we're gonna put past the blacktop on the other side, it would give us that much more.
Right. But there is still a concern if the lines aren't gonna be changed on the basketball court for the buffers going in between, on the other side, on the opposite side, the 8 feet addition in between the basketball court and the pickleball courts.
No, this was
That distance was for the pickleball courts going sideways. Now that the pickleball court's going the other way,
Oh, so
it's
we're
gonna be
change
more
it to
narrow.
long.
Yeah.
We're just gonna have two.
We're gonna have two going the other direction, end to end.
So it's gonna be the two long ways plus 8 feet?
Yes.
It'll fit that way. But we only get
What
two.
about the court in the center of the basketball court? Will we be able to make a third court there?
Yes.
But we're talking about painting lines there, and then when they come, they bring their portable net. So the-
Yeah, well, so the price is about, say, permanent ones here and portable one there.
Are we good to move on in Marvin Park?
Yep, let's do that.
Alrighty. So the escalation costs have been sent to you guys regarding phase 2. That is the primary item on the change order that needs to be reviewed and approved. The other two items for the coring at the skate park and the variance adjustments to the building were previously discussed, so those numbers are on there as well. We did get back preliminary results from the coring, and it does look like everything is going to be good. I'm waiting for something a little more official, but we do have an email, indicating that there's no organics, there's no ash, they're not hitting any, heavily settled material, no stone. The water table is down 14 to 15 feet. So, all the standard red flags have been checked. The boxes are there for that. So with that, we'll probably give, as soon as I get the preliminary boring logs, I would give Streeter the thumbs up to start demo on that basketball court or the skate park.
So what were they doing today? With the bulldozers crap over there?
We just got this info this afternoon.
We just got the info about the samples, and there were bulldozers over their bulldozers over there today, take crap and, gone. I don't know how much they took.
Are you sure that they were taking the skate park and not grading for the path?
No, they were on top of the skate. There is no more skateboard park. Take a ride over. I don't mean that they took the slab out. Everything on top is bulldozed out. So we did all this trouble to get borings so we could make decisions, and they're moving ahead before we get the borings and make the decision.
I'll have to reach out to them tomorrow and see what they did or didn't do. I don't know what they weren't authorized to do any demolition today.
I'll look tonight 'cause I'll drive over.
They don't authorize you anything. Yeah, they are doing a sidewalk.
No, they were, all the stuff that was on top of the skateboard park, it be gone.
Yeah, we didn't tell them to do any of that.
I'm so surprised.
And the walkway was done days ago.
Right. Yeah, Charles had video.
I do that in the morning, but I don't want to stir any problems.
Take a ride over and see what Charles came over there. Take a 5-minute recess. I want to take a ride over there.
All right. So anyway, good news is the board's been back good. So
That's,
Alrighty, is there any more discussion on this, or can we can continue a little bit?
yeah, keep moving.
All right. So the ADA ramp, we are going to be adding a little bit of pipe just to cause some drainage. When DOT came out, they did have some comments on the drawings that were approved by them. They acknowledged that there were some errors on their side of what they approved and what they wanted to actually be designed. So we corrected that for them, and the contractor was able to accommodate that. They should have been out there today to approve that before concrete is being poured. I talked to DOT today, and that's what I told them, and so they should have been um, either making plans to get out there to inspect that or to be out there.
that's the sidewalk up to the crosswalk across the street.
Yeah, primarily their concern is primarily the pads in the crosswalk because that's in their right of way. Everything outside of that, they don't really care too much about. Last week on Tuesday, we met with the planning board and they did not have a quorum. So the floodplain variance for the bathroom did not move ahead. It was my understanding that they would be working to set a special meeting to potentially vote on that and have it moved ahead. I'm not sure, Mike, if you've heard anything regarding a date that's been set for that, but I have not.
I have not yet either. Julie's here, so she hasn't heard either. So we'll check into that, I guess.
So Mikey's in the hospital from his operation.
He should be home now.
Yeah.
Who's that leave that?
So ultimately with that, until the planning board can vote to give a recommendation to the zoning board can't approve anything. So that will be in limbo until that happens.
We'll see if we can get that to happen before the regularly scheduled meeting.
For the other floodplain permits, the skate park, the other work in Marvin Park, and the downtown parking, that stuff was all submitted to Mick at the code well back at the same time that the variance was. And he did sign and approve and send us a floodplain permit for that.
For all of those?
For everything but the bathroom.
So we are currently working on drafting the floodplain permit for the firehouse, which, despite being above the flood zone still needs to be doing it, which we confirmed with the lawyer that regardless of no changing of use, since we're touching structural stuff, that will need that. So that's being taken care of as we speak. And the last thing that I have with, I'm sorry, was there a comment?
No, it was just a joke.
I was being a wise guy about floodplain permit for a roof.
That's what learned to get for everything, no matter how high up on it.
Well, I did ask specifically if those zones go in the Z direction.
They apparently do not.
And the last thing is, I sent you guys signage items for Marvin Park and for the skate park. Marvin Park only had a couple minor comments. It's really just something for you guys to look at, so you could say, yes, this is something we think um, is what we want. In which case, I'll give IDS the thumbs up, and they can submit a formal approval for you guys to sign. Um, but I believe last time the main issue was that one of the arrows was, kind of pointed upward for the pool, and so we adjusted that to point, more directly at that. And then we just added that the pickleball and the basketball courts were up in the same direction.
Mike, is that sign, it says Marvin Park inside the gate, is that done?
Yeah.
Is that final? Is that what was?
The graphic has not been installed yet. That's what this is.
Yeah.
Right, it's this piece on the, like the pieces over there, but they haven't put the sticker on it.
Yeah. How much did that cost us?
How much does the sign cost us, James?
You have to give me a second and I can pull it up.
See, we got that Pringles guy.
Pringles guy. Costs a lot less than what we started with.
Yeah, it really wasn't a lot, if I recall, but I have the numbers right here, and my internet connection is still pretty good, so take advantage of it. Reverse. So for the entire entranceway, so for the sign, for installation and labor and materials, you paid $28,000. And then there's $10,000 worth of plantings planned in that. And then I guess there was about $6,000 in demolition for moving some stuff that was there and doing some minor regrading.
Just didn't want that sign to be $150,000.
It started over.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it started at almost 250, if I remember correctly.
So James, the pool directional sign is still pointed in the wrong direction.
Is that the one that's pointing up?
No, it's pointing over.
Pointing over, I don't know.
So like.
But you're already past the pool, that's right.
Yeah, but like the way the signs show the traffic flow, you would drive forward and then come around.
So it'd be the same as the basketball court, probably?
Yeah.
It's that direction.
That's the way it was on there originally. I thought that was the comment that.
Right in front of the pool, that's why it's probably pointing in that direction. That's what
Yeah, we've already passed it.
Yeah, but like, so in our parking lots, we have the directional arrows and they're pointed in the wrong direction and people are driving the wrong way. Like if we put signs up pointing people in the wrong direction, that's wrong to do. We should point them in safe directional driving patterns.
It's true, I seen that episode of Seinfeld when he kept on falling right into the water.
It should probably match the pickleball, basketball court arrow, I would think. Because you've already passed.
You live amongst those people.
You've already passed the pool, so to get back to the pool, you gotta go back around.
So what I'm hearing is the image, exactly the way it is, just add basketball court. Like, so you can kind of see where I just overlapped some lines over it just to roughly show some comments. The original image is what you guys want. You want pool there.
I'd have to see the original image, but yeah. Basically to match The arrow should go the same way as the basketball court. Like
That's
that,
fine.
that upper left.
Yep, that's no problem. We can get that checked off so we can get that installed then.
If they can't see the
And then the skate park, has there been any additional discussion on, I believe previously we were leaning towards doing a more universal skate park sign that would, and then if you guys felt it after the fact, a separate memorial plaque or something could be put up for Ryan Rufner.
I like that one.
And I supplied a sample of what that sign might look like as well.
I like the one you sent from Rochester, whatever that is, the code of conduct. I like that.
Yeah, that's the exact sign that they would use as their representation of it, and then they would obviously use, the aerial map of our map. It would have the same code of conduct, and then it would also have a aerial image of our park with Owego colors.
I just like what it says on the code of conduct. I think it's good rules. I thought that was something they came up with for that specific skate.
I don't believe so, but I can ask about that. They told me that this was a standard sign that they've used in multiple places.
Yeah, you should have it. Yeah, you said everybody. It's in this email. It's called skate park sample. I'll send it to you again. Okay. Anything else?
That is everything on Marvin Park. We can jump over to the Southside lighting. So the quote today that I received for installing all of the south side or all of the Halstead Ave side of items was $25,000. So well within the original budget that we had set up for that those repairs. They are still waiting for NICEAG to update the south side construction so they can check those lines and see which ones are work and then provide us with a quote on that side.
Right. So as you cross the bridge, there's the, if you're looking at the sign that says Owego, there's the left side and the right side. The left side is the one that's figured out 25,000. The right side is the question mark. Nice thing still like headed toward to get on the highway to pick up. To get on the highway toward
Yeah,
Nichols.
so that original 4,000 that you guys paid and approved, is what you paid NICEAG to update that equipment. They've done one side but not the other.
So any idea if we say go on that $25,000 side, when they'll get it done?
Yeah, so if you guys are ready to, and again, I got that at 4 o'clock today, so I didn't really have time to put together a formal change order for you guys, but if you wanted to do that, they're ready to go. And once that's done, that whole house that I've side will be completed. You'll have lights on that. That's independent of the south side.
Right. So if we say go, they can, as you go across the bridge, headed to get on the highway toward Nichols, we can light that section. Wow. We'll fix it for 25.
No, because all the transformers are on the right side. When we walk through it, James, the transformers are
Yeah.
on the right for that whole stretch, right?
No, the transformer is for a side that is separate from the house that Ave. The transformer is the reason why that side hasn't been done yet. They're still waiting for it.
So there's two different transformers running both that side?
I couldn't speak to the exact setup. I believe the Halstead Ave side just needed some um what was it? It's a type of disconnect that needed to be updated on that side.
But doesn't the power run from the right side, the whole length?
No, it does not. They're separate.
Okay.
They just screwed up both sides of the building.
Okay.
All right, that's a good update. Anything else besides the change order we have?
The firehouse is we drafted that contract today, so I had some minor comments on it for our admin to update, and I'll be submitting that to Nate to review prior to getting that signed. Since it's technically a contract between you guys and the contractor outside of the original, bidding and stuff that we did, since we decided to go with tips. So we'll get that to Nate so that he can review, and then you guys can sign that and we can get a schedule from Hale. We are still pressing them to try to make sure that they get that done, prior to when things start getting wet again. There's no update currently on the waterfront. And I did get some names from Terry regarding the art commission. I have not had a moment to set up that kind of kickoff meeting, but I intend to try to do that this week.
James,
Yep.
could I just jump back to the benches that are gonna be installed? Is that a final? The bench that the sample you sent?
Yeah, I mean that's what was purchased and that's what is out. If you guys are deciding now that that's not something you like, I can reach out since they're likely still in the packaging. They could probably swap it out.
Who chose the benches that you sent the sample of?
They were in the contract drawings,
Did anybody see
so I
that?
guess Hunt chose them.
Did you see it?
I looked at the ones that were sent. I looked at the bench that was sent today. It looks really plain.
I was like before I made mention, I was thinking of more of the style of the metal benches without the backing. I mean, if you're gonna cheer, you want to be able to lean back and say, woo! You can't do that in the back chairs, in the ones that you sent. I'm just saying, those are not sporting chairs. That's more like sitting in the park chilling chairs. Benches. Anybody else agree, or am I just making this up? As I go along?
I don't even know where the benches are.
Around,
The benches around the perimeter of the pickleball court, basketball court. You know, you're sitting there waiting, I got next. So,
5 around the outside.
Okay.
what he has is a sample of a park bench, when I'm chilling out, park benches you look at, you see that there?
Yeah, she's got a picture of it.
Yes. I was thinking more of the lines of the sport, the metal benches.
Just flat end, no back.
Yeah, no back. That's what normally is around the,
Sports venue.
yeah. And it'd probably be cheaper. I'm thinking.
When Dave and I get on Facebook and find the dinosaur, it'll be lots cheaper.
I'm just saying, because I never saw that. I would have made mention of this idea if I had seen that sample of that bench. It may seem like a
Yeah,
small
let
thing.
me dig into that tomorrow and see if there's any alternates to that. Like I said, the big thing is if those things haven't been installed and they're still packaged, there's usually much more of an option to do an exchange or a swap out with some vendor.
What was that?
I guess they're already here.
That's what it sounded like, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the contractors normally order their materials as soon as things get approved that way, because of the long lead time on everything. So once a contract starts moving, that's the first thing they do. But like I said, without them being installed, there's a much higher chance of them being able to be replaced with something.
Where you been? The skateboard park has a bulldozer sitting on it and 25% of it is destroyed and gone. Everything on the top is destroyed and gone and 25% of the slab is destroyed and gone.
That's where you just were.
Yep.
Wow, you was fast.
You're quick. But we didn't don't do any of that.
Nope. We just got the boring thing. We don't even know what decision we want to make, but that doesn't matter because they're ripping that up already.
These benches are aluminum casted
Oh, I'm sorry.
sides, sorry, and then wood or wooden boards, wood boards for the seats. Yeah.
Anything else, James?
No, that's everything for not so brief summary.
Okay. So as far as action from us, obviously we have a change order. And then possibly that other change order that we don't have for the south side lighting, right?
I'm sorry, I lost you a little bit there.
As far as action, we have the change order number 6 for Garden Park. And then we possibly have that other change order that we don't have written up for the streetlights, correct?
Yeah, if you guys wanted to, I'm not sure of your exact process if that has to be written ahead of time. But if you guys wanted to vote on that and approve it, then you could sign it as soon as I draft it and send it to you.
This is change order number 6. Yeah.
Okay, so when they finish the fence up there on the crosswalk, I assume that will have a gate in it that can be closed and locked.
James, will that have a gate?
Yes.
It can be closed and locked for fair, for this or for that.
Has that has that gate been designed to open up where the sidewalk is?
Yes. Well, the gate has to be moved to line up with the sidewalk based on the new mirroring.
So it's currently what's there needs to change because it wasn't.
There's no piece of fence there now. There's no.
DOT had us move the side of the street that the crosswalks on.
What about the black fence that got put up?
The end piece is gone.
The end piece is gone.
Took it down.
Get in there and do stuff.
They had to take it down because the 4-foot poles wouldn't be tall enough for the new ADA walkway. So all that's gotta go higher, taller poles.
And when we put the new fence in, we'll put the gate in where the walk is.
Right. It's either gonna be a 6-foot or a 12-foot, whatever you vote in.
Is it going to be corrected at the other side? The pool side
It's already
fence?
done.
That doesn't have a gate.
Yeah, that's already fixed.
That's already fixed.
Yeah,
The walkway.
like wasn't put in and then it was put in, but sort of to the side of where the path had been. What, are we going to put in a new path from the?
Eventually, whenever I can find time to put it.
Okay.
We need to do one by the pool area at the big end. So they can unload your chemicals, make that bigger too eventually.
What else do we have for Jim?
Nothing, we just got those 2 change, well, this one change order and that other one that's not written up yet. Anybody like to propose the change order, number 6?
Is that the one you gotta get into? Number 6.
Change order number 6 approves
Let's see it when you're done.
the soil boring, the difference in the bathroom variance, obviously that has to get approved before we split, that's just saying if it's approved, that's the money for it. And then the additional money for the remobilization, escalation from squeezing around for phase 2.
Thank you. I'll give it back to you.
That's for additional.
No, it's the
Yeah,
soil
just
board
have
already
to
did, got that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just approve the money.
Okay.
I know, I read this.
Okay. I'll make that motion.
Do we have a second to approve change order number 6? Any discussion on change order number 6? Oh, this was number 4. We already did that one a couple meetings ago.
We're doing 6, right?
That was the one we did. Yeah, we're doing 6. Any discussion on what's in 6? Or questions for James? We'll vote on change order number 6. Fran?
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
Rusty?
I won't be voting for any further monies for Margaret Park, no.
Laura?
No.
Dave?
It's a lot of money. Yes.
And yes. Okay, so that passes. Now, do we want to do the street light change, which we don't have written up yet, but James could give us the dollar amount. James, what was that
Yes,
dollar
if
amount?
you give me 1 second, I can give you the exact dollar amount.
We literally got it at 4 o'clock today. Dycom. How do you say their name? Dycom. Yeah, so.
The exact amount is $25,174.88.
That fixes everything. If you go across the bridge on the left side of the bridge, headed toward the highway to get on at Nichols.
Yep, so it'll fix to Halsted,
Yes.
and then it won't go past that straight out 434, it stops there.
Correct.
Then does it go down Southside Drive, or whatever it is, the Lackawanna Drive,
Yes.
all the way to the exit?
Yeah.
Okay, and then we'll figure out to the other way
Right.
when we do.
Waiting on nice site for the other one.
And we have the money, it's 25 grand, and we have the money for
It's
that?
way less than we put in the budget for.
That ain't right.
I don't. Don't expect that ever.
I was gonna vote for that anyway, but still.
But if we approve it without the write-up, then they can go start doing it.
Move to approve the change order.
Okay, it'll be number 7.
Did somebody already do that when I wasn't paying attention? Move to approve change order number 7.
Second. Okay, any other discussion on that?
I think we should have something really clearly written out that spells out what the project is, like specifically, like, because here we are at the meeting sort of saying, oh, it's just going to be this area, and we all know what that means. But they obviously can't read our, what our intentions are. Like, we've given really plain directions, and it's not.
Well, our contractor will be putting that in the driveway up to the cemetery.
I mean, we've identified lights and they've replaced them in a different area. So I think we really need to show, the streets and maybe on a map, like really to say like what's getting worked on here.
I think it's reasonable with that scope of work. I can submit that with the official write-up, the official mapping, and the detailed kind of layout of the site and indicate that. That's not a problem.
That sounds good.
Do you need to have that before we approve it? Or you take my word for it?
Make sure that's in the motion.
It'll be in the motion. Just gotta get something moving, you're never gonna get.
No, I won't.
All right, any discussion, other discussion? Yeah, we'll vote on that. Fran?
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
Rusty?
Yes.
Laura?
No.
Dave?
I agree with Laura, no.
And yes. Okay. All right, I don't think we have anything else DRI related. Other than, just a reminder, we do have, status meetings every single Friday for the last 5 years that nobody shows up to. This week's will not be in person, it's on the phone because I have tons of appointments. If you want to join?
If you don't have that information, Mike can send it to you.
I'll have the link. Stay stays the same, just like our board meeting link stays the same.
In addition to the other, I don't want to go into all this in detail, but I did send you guys a full breakdown. I understand that with all these projects, there's a lot of different moving parts with the budgets and the change orders and everything. I tried to break that down as clearly as I could for you guys for all the different projects, the existing budgets, new budgets, all of that. I even color coded some of the stuff. If you have any questions about that or you want to talk about that, I'm happy to, go on a call or an email, whatever you guys need regarding that.
Okay.
I think we're just being cautious because that south side lighting deal left a bad taste in our mouth.
I don't blame you in the slightest.
All right. All right, I think we're good on DRI stuff. Move along.
Are we done with James?
Yeah, I think we're good with James.
These guys have been
Thank you,
waiting
guys.
forever.
Go wrestle my kids to sleep. Have a good night.
You too. What we gotta do? Eric Buckets. Fire department, yeah. Very good.
I know I was supposed to send this, I'm sorry. Start sending it from.
No, you're
okay. Oh, you guys haven't had a report. So far for the year, we're up 27% in our call volume. A lot of them, as Frank can attest to, is at 5 Grounds Lane.
Yeah.
And Owego Gardens.
And Owego Gardens. All our trucks are in service. I didn't get the mileage, but I will be sure to have them on the next one. Everything is in service. I'd like to thank Fred for coming over and having his crew change out the outside receptacles, so now firehouse subs and all those guys.
Yes.
Can plug right in outside. There's no need to lock the door open, hold the door open, or anything like that anymore.
Perfect. We got a lock on them or something so that.
There's a breaker plus a lock.
Breaker so they can turn it off.
Breaker's on the inside.
Beautiful.
And it's the big 4-pronger, so you can't just, if somebody plugs something in there, that they're gonna know about it.
Try that cell phone.
So I look forward to working with everybody. Thank you for the welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any questions for me?
If you need anything, you got my email?
Yep.
You got my phone number?
I actually texted.
Yep. Here we go.
Same as all of us. All right, thanks. EMS.
His color charts make our reports.
You gotta step up your game now.
We'll be changing that idea in a couple more weeks.
You didn't have much competition.
Oh, boy. So I hit the send button before the last squad call. We didn't do too much extracurricular between calls. Here it is. So the run sheets, you guys have our run sheets. Remember, just it's not for public release. Above and beyond running calls, we participated in the Memorial Day Parade. We did 147 calls for May. Less than 5 of those were dropped. I just got the sheet today from the county and started going through it. We provided mutual aid 21 times. And 31 is in service, 33 is in service, 51 is in service, 32 should be coming back tomorrow. The other thing that I forgot to get on the village board agenda was some access to e-mulls. For those that might be familiar with the mulls form, it's a bright pink copy of paperwork. And this, if you guys approve this, this will allow our EMS staff to have electronic access to folks' e-mulls forms in New York State. So I sent it to Nate today, and for just to ask the question if it had to go through village board or the mayor could sign it, or I could sign it. Nate said it had to go through village board, and there's no cost for us. Our medical director is for it. One of our members found that we could have access. Our medical send it off to our medical director with my blessing, and they're all for EMS providers to have access. Where this would come in handy, a lot of times on the last 2 pages, you'll see the most form. A lot of times patients will have a bright pink form for us to have. They'll hand it to us. Every once in a while, you get told, well, there's an email. Well, unless they hit the print button on it, we don't have access. And the important parts to the emails are DNRs, do not intubate, don't take to the hospital unless you really need to, and it's things like that. So I know it's kind of short notice, but if you guys can approve that, then we can have electronic access to emails.
So you already have access to these forms.
We have access to those because the patient provides it to us. But in the opportunity where the people are pretty fancy in the electronic world, and their doctors are fancy in the electronic world, they'll have opportunity to do emails. And it is law in New York State that you can do emails also. But a lot of people hit the print button, but not everybody. So this is so if we show up on scene, we're getting told one thing, we could jump on our iPhones or our digital devices, log into this website, put in some demographics, and pull up.
So there's no new information that you're not getting already. You're getting it.
Correct.
Not online.
No, I'm sorry.
You're just not getting it on a system online.
Wait a minute, one more time, I'm sorry.
So right now, you're not able to look it up in the system.
That's correct.
That's what you want to be able to do.
That's what we want to be able to do, yes. Yes.
I propose we approve the electronic emails.
I second.
Any discussion, questions about all that? Quite a long thingy here.
Yeah, a lot of it has to do with HIPAA requirements and, you know, we're all bound by HIPAA anyways.
So all the proper privacy, confidentiality, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
Even on private phones, if they use their own private telephone?
Yeah, they send us, we have links to go on to the web browser to do our patient reporting. So that's on village computers, county computers, and we have access to do that from home too, especially during COVID. And now it makes it easier for us to do PCRs at home.
Okay.
Or finish it up. You do it, you start it in the ambulance and then you're finishing it up when you get back to the station.
Not gonna create any HIPAA violations or
No.
concerns or anything like that?
No.
And the indemnification, is that standard stuff like?
Yeah, well, Nate looked at it, so yeah. I would assume so.
Did Nate look at it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other discussion about the agreement? Frank?
The vote?
Yeah.
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
Rusty?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Dave? And yeah. Okay. Now you can sign it.
What's that?
Now you can sign it.
Okay. If you want to sign that, I'll scan it in.
We'll look at
There's
it.
two, yep, there's 2 places. And right there's the last one.
That's the other thing I should always vote no against anything that's. I said that's the thing we should be voting no against anything that has to do with technology.
Yeah, thank you.
Because I think you're lost.
I will be bugging me for it. Okay, anything else? EMS?
I'm good.
Anybody have anything for EMS? Brett?
There's a few things that we did above and beyond what we usually do during the week. I just want to say thanks to Mr. Rathis for donating the flags for the Court Street Bridge for Memorial Day, and for the mayor for calling me and telling me that the 3 of them blow down from the fence.
And I rescued them. I climbed the pole. Nobody even called me out. I was climbing over the side of the bridge. Nobody even showed up.
I passed by when it was down.
That bridge is really high, by the way.
We didn't get there in time. We had pushers coming, but we didn't get there in time.
But I just want to say thanks to Mr. Rathis for that. Cleaning of the pool, we're just about done with that. Everything is monitoring well now. Johnson's had to come over and reset the brains to the operation for the chlorine and acid in the pool, because it wasn't feeding properly. I did bring this to the mayor's attention that the skimmer boxes in the baby pool are cracked. We knew this back when, that they're gonna need help. We have Flexi on it now, and it loses probably in 5 days, 2 inches of water. Before we did Flexi, it was losing 2 inches a day. So.
Maybe we get on the commercial.
Excuse me?
Maybe we get on their commercial or something.
Flexi. So I kind of did a unanimous decision to put Flexi on to help them. So that's good. The traffic light, update on the traffic light. I ordered a relay. So we reset the relay and it took about 15 tries to trip it. So I ordered a new one in case we don't, if it's something really, we're in deep trouble, because it takes like a month and a half for them to get to relay, get it programmed. So that's ordered and on its way. We finished weed whacking the underpass, got that all cleaned up from the high brush that was there. The new kids' swings are hung up. I'm waiting for the 2 kids to come in for the summer to paint Little League and Halstead Development swing set. So bear with me. Cemetery, I am the only thing. I've been dealing with Owego, Mr. Lounsbury at Owego for our lifeguards. They just don't catch on that they have to be certified every year through American Red Cross. So Mr. Lounsbury is doing another class this week, I believe. Sometime right here soon before June, because everybody's out of state.
Okay.
And, yes.
Do we have a director?
Yes. We paid for it last year.
Right. Yeah, it's all true.
Kate Hunt. She's at Owego.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm working with Mrs. Hunt from Waverly School District for more lifeguards. We have 7. I would like to get at least another 7 more. A lot of kids go on vacation or whatever. So more the merrier. What else was there?
Did you see that grant thing I sent?
Yes, I am going to be on the meeting with Glenda about that. She's coming in and we'll be on the meeting.
There's a possible grant through the state for lifeguards. So we'll check into it, see what it is.
Yeah, so we'll find out more when we get on that.
Swim New York or something.
Swim New York, yeah. It's a 25K.
Yeah, it's
So
a new program.
for lifeguards.
Just came out.
That's about. I'm not going to be bored with it. I just want to let you know what was the status on the lights and stuff.
Yes, yeah, our friend, if anybody didn't know, our famous traffic light was blinking.
Yeah.
A week or so.
You know how many people told me
When
that they
it
liked
goes
it
down,
way better?
it blinks. Those lights are supposed to do that.
One by the.
Only traffic light we own.
It's about 1969.
Okay.
The one that caused a big ruckus last fall.
I would love that traffic light to not be 2040.
Huh?
20 seconds Church Street, 40 seconds Main Street. That had last time we broke it, we got a new thing. It used to be about 30/30 and we got a new thing that was 20/40.
Right. And something else I want to tell you, the double wood poles that are behind the movie theater.
Oh, yeah, I was supposed to ask you.
I got Verizon move it today. I'm not guarantee you that it's all gonna be up to double wood, because I don't know if it's other than Verizon on it, but the big cable that goes across is for Verizon that they're gonna swap over today.
Is there a sewer project going on there?
Right now, I'll plead the fifth. Just because nobody knows anything about it yet, and we don't have full details. I talked to Dirk today about it, and I think the sewer's gonna pay a good chunk, because they're gonna have to have Martins come in and fiber optic the line to find out where they come out to out in the blacktop. Rumor has it, this is rumor has it that NICEAG augured it on the AutoZone side when we put the new poles in. But that was last July, and what, a week now, 2 weeks, if that, they've been calling about sewer problems. Well, Roto-Rooter said that they hit something hard, but you can't tell what it is. But until I see marks on the ground where that tracer is going through their laterals, I don't believe it. So I don't know anything more than that.
Because I was asked if we're gonna have to dig up our new blacktop.
You might have to. But here's the other kicker to that, talking to dirt. That lateral runs underneath AutoZone.
Great.
From what they have, yes.
We're gonna dig up the AutoZone too?
Or you're gonna have to reroute it down the parking lot or somehow.
We want to move the AutoZone someplace up North Avenue anyways. Let's get it out of there.
That pool is that double wood behind AutoZone, it's supposed to. Looks like nobody knows, this is all speculation. And then it kicks onto a 2245 towards AutoZone. And it goes out onto Church Street and ties in there. I said, nobody thought about this when AutoZone went in there? This is all tile pipe.
Mr. Mayor, I
We'll be
have two
waiting.
questions for Fred. Would you, if you feel like it, give your quick opinion about a truck? I want to give an opinion about a truck for the sewer. Not your truck, a truck for the sewer. You don't have to, just,
Yeah, I don't want to.
no, that's fine.
It's none of my business.
No, just,
No,
You know trucks.
It's none of my business. I don't want us to overstep their boundaries.
sure, that's fine. And then the other thing, because we kind of like to get these department heads the heck out of here instead of having to stay here the next 2 hours, could we do the cemetery paving while Fred's sitting here?
Can we explain it?
Yeah.
So, I had a couple quotes, 3 quotes, matter of fact. And what my intentions are doing is going up to the cemetery, about halfway, almost to the top, widening it out. And then along the bank, ditch it and rip wrap it. I don't know if anybody's been up to Glad School and seen that new paving, how they did it up there. That's how I had it for the cemetery. Once we get up to the top, it's gonna go out toward past the caretaker's house and around that corner and stop there. And then it's gonna come down to the Indian Monument from the very top all the way down to the main road, which is 2,390. I can't remember what it is.
So repays all that?
Yes, good, for 103. Yep.
So it won't repave going up to the Indian Girls Monument, it'll repave from the top of the Indian Girls Monument down to the flat there.
Yeah.
And then
And
down
then
to the-
intersection. Yes.
Do you plan on doing those potholes there?
Well, it'll be shim, or he'll grade them out, one or the other. You gotta shim the holes before you can overlay it.
But I mean, going up, I don't know the road crosses there, but in the last section there going up to Union Girl, there's good sized potholes.
You, like I said, shim them with blacktop or binder, and then you can overlay it. Or he's gonna grade it out, back down to dirt. Whatever his discretion is. I mean, it's not a plowed driveway, we don't maintain it in the winter time, so there's not gonna be a lot of uses on it. It's not like a normal road, I guess, is what I'm trying to say here. But it will be shim. Go ahead.
So I have some questions about like the irrigation and stuff. Like, has anybody looked at those plans to see how, how it's affecting the water coming down the hill?
A lot of it's taken care of because I put a drain across the top field where it was coming down heavily last year. It's a drain into that pond.
But like an engineer study?
Yeah, Fred Aller study, I guess. Put a drain across the road.
So I feel that is there some way that we can sort of just patch the road to make it safe for us to
No,
get
because
up
anytime
there?
you put millions in it or anything else, it's gonna end down at the bottom.
That
Well-
road is very bad.
Yeah,
It's
so
steep.
when we keep doing the improvements that don't solve the problems, like it's kind of like we're throwing money that's just gonna wash right down. And if we, you know, like the Army Corps of Engineers study will show us solutions for that, for the hillside there. And so if we could, you know, do the project where it, you know, addresses the drainage problems when we're paving.
It's gonna cost you a lot more than $103,000 for the drainage.
Yeah, so I was thinking like, can we just pave to buy us some time until we can solve it with, you know, a real issue with, you know.
That's kind of what we are doing.
That's what.
That's the $103,000
That's why the
is
ditch
that.
coming in. That's why the ditch is gonna be put in on the main road. And yes, eventually, whenever I can get caught up on everything, there should be ditches that should be redone in the cemetery itself that we will do instead of charging us way too much more money to have another contractor come in and do it.
Yeah, I like the maintenance that we, you know, we do that so that we keep
Oh,
everything
absolutely.
up.
The
Yeah,
ditches will be put back in. We'll do that.
But there is no Band-Aid. There's no $40,000 Band-Aid that we can just do now. This $103,000 is a road, but there's no
There's no
way to make that
guarantee of
road okay.
anything because it's so steep. I don't care who puts ditches in. They'll overflow. If it's that heavy, it's gonna overflow no matter what we do. Because it's so steep and that's such a steep hill, especially if you mind on that side slope.
I just don't want us to speed up the water coming, you know, we pave it and we speed the water coming downhill and we cause ourselves further
But
problems if we're not
the
doing it
main
correctly.
problem was coming off the 10-acre field. And I put a 10-inch drain pipe across it and stone it to that pond. So a lot of that water coming off of that field, we have stopped it quite a bit. Yes, do the dishes in there have to be done? Yes. But I only have so many times in a day. And I could get someone to it eventually, but me doing it compared to buying a contractor in there, it's gonna save a lot more money.
Those roads are paved now and they're a piece of crap. So, I mean, the water that comes down on that piece of crap paved road comes down. If we put a nice paved road there, it comes down.
And I will have those paved in the fall area, but I can't do it now.
Can't change the law of physics.
Yeah. I mean, yes, Laura's right, that a lot of the dishes need to be dug down, no doubt about it. But it's gonna take time. It's not that I can just do it every day. But yeah, that's part of my plan of doing the blacktop.
Yeah, what he's talking about, Laura, there's that, the section that goes, the entrance into the cemetery, paved over to like where the embankment is, almost, have a ditch there. So that
That'll take a
the
lot of
water
that
will go
runoff.
over there instead of just on the blacktop.
Right. And it'll go to our storm drain at the bottom.
It'll go where we want it instead of just.
Excuse me?
It'll go where we want it instead of just
Yes,
all over the
all
road.
over the place, yes. That's why that's for. But I wanted Reeves to do it because he can line it with riprap and everything else to slow the water down. If you ever looked at Glendale, go up to Glendale School and look at that. It's identical the same way that I want to do the cemetery.
Behind Lockheed there.
Yes.
And Reeves
They
is,
did a nice job.
Reeves is the best and best price. Shoot, if Reeves was doing the BRI projects, we'd be happy.
Okay, well, my proposal, to do that is, if you look at the bank statement, you have the financial report that we're gonna look at in a little bit.
Yep.
There's a bank statement, looks like this.
Yep.
Okay. There's, two accounts there. There's one, it's called the cemetery CD. Okay, that originally, until about 5 years ago, we had 150,000 in that. And Jeff had taken 75,000 to do the other drainage ditches in the open part. So, right now we've got 81,731 in there.
Is that earmarked for something?
for this.
Okay.
We had said, you know, we were saving it for this now, and then up, let's see. There's Evergreen Capital Improvement. It's, number 5315. Right now, we have 37,661 in that. So between those two, we've got plenty to do this payment.
And are those both accounts that we can access? That's a Nate question.
Well, you asked Nate that. What was the first number, Fran, in the CD, the 81, what was it?
Yeah, it's 81,731.
Okay.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, when does that CD mature?
Doesn't make any difference. We want to use it, we just use it.
I just want to, I know some reserve accounts, we gotta have a public hearing.
These aren't reserved.
No, these aren't reserved.
Are they both in CDs, the 37 and the 81?
I think they both are. I know the big ones.
Yeah, the other, the one, 37 is, yeah, it's called, capital improvement.
That's just an account.
Yeah, that's the name of the account.
Yeah.
Is that going to be your suggestion that we take the $103,000 for that out of those two?
Yeah.
I would say close one of them, close the CD one right out.
Yeah. That way we'll still have that other account, put money into.
Yeah.
Okay, so I propose that we accept the reuse, estimate and use these two accounts to pay for it. Need a second on
I
that?
second that.
Listen to it. Any discussion about that? Questions?
Put the, like the motions that we put the number in the motion, 3 and all that stuff.
You got that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's already on the agenda, it's 103,000.
Yeah.
Okay. So any other, oh, Fran,
Yes.
Charles,
Yes.
Rusty,
Yes?
Laura,
No.
Dave,
Yes.
and yes. Yeah. I
I
got
have one question on that. How long does this take, so before I can tell Reeves? Tomorrow?
Tonight.
I'm making sure that, I don't know if the CD takes.
Tell them tonight.
Huh?
Tell them tonight.
Oh, I'm not calling tonight, I'm going.
Well, the other thing is it needs to be publicized that the cemetery's got to be closed.
I will take care of that.
So I think we can't start doing that until we can.
That's kind of hard to do since we don't know when we're starting.
Well.
But I gotta find out through Reeves, that's.
I think it should be publicized that we're putting $103,000 into it because we take a lot of flack on.
Yeah.
I still haven't found anybody come up there and.
Right. Anyway.
Would that not have been a great place for the dinosaurs?
Yeah, right. They're already
Out in
living there.
out in their habitat?
Let's put the sheep back up there. I know, right? Till the bears get them.
Only one of them came up missing, so.
Yeah.
Well, no, they painted them.
Now, down the pound, get roasted.
Guns or whatever they're called, that they used to shoot 'em?
Yeah.
Yeah, paintball.
All right,
We're good?
we're good.
Yeah, I just want to thank Fred for, putting no sign on East Temple. I've noticed a decrease in the speed that goes up and down. there.
Good deal.
Thanks again for the fire station and the work.
Yes.
Mayor, I got a quick question. I know I'm out of place, but with the spectrum thing you guys are signing,
Yeah.
does that only keep so much as spectrum is allowed in the village, or is it gonna allow other ones, or?
No, so it's a cable franchise agreement. It only applies to cable.
Not internet, it's just television.
It's just TV.
Okay.
And it basically, the gist of it is it lets us share some of their taxes. They pay us.
Yeah, because I know at one time, one reason I was asking is I called one time and they said that all that was allowed in was Spectrum, but I know we got green light in here now and whatever else, so.
Internet is completely not regulated like that. It's just cable TV.
Gotcha.
It would be like Spectrum, Haley, whatever.
Right, because the one time I called to ask about Haley, you know, that wanted to come in and they said they couldn't, it was only allowed Spectrum or whatever, so.
Yeah, it's just cable TV.
Gotcha. All right, thank you.
Internet streaming.
Thanks for waiting for it.
Yeah.
Actually,
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. See you Wednesday.
Yeah.
All right, discussion on sewer work truck excavation. I don't know what we want to discuss on this. They're trying to hear.
Where are we?
Old business.
On the truck?
The work truck.
The Gladiator.
I know we're gonna check into this. Did anybody do any research?
I kind of looked at that and I think the Gladiator that he has chosen compared to the 2500 that the Gladiator is going to be replacing is a giant step downward compared to the towing capacity, the pulling capacity, the torque, the engine size, the bed capacity. I'm not sure if it needs a four-door, who the vehicle's for, or what they're going to be using it for, but it's just.
I would agree, truck for truck, it's not even the same.
It's not a work truck. It's more of a recreational vehicle. So I cannot support the purchase of this Gladiator at this time. The Ford Lightning is a much more powerful truck. It's twice the horsepower, towing capacity. That's $5,000 gross vehicle weight. And it's electric, where we have grant money.
It's what?
To pay for that.
Did you say it was electric? Did you say it was electric?
It's electric.
It's electric, yes.
Ford Lightning,
yeah, Ford Lightning. Next year, the Dodge is coming out with a Trailblazer 1500 truck. That is, they haven't released the price yet, but the specs are out there on it. And it's, they labeled as a 1500, but it's actually has a 7,500 gross pound weight, so it's actually a 3/4 ton. It has a V6 Penn-Star engine in it, but it's also a hybrid, so it's gas and electric. I'm not sure if that qualifies for the grant money, but
Chevy also has a electric Silverado. I don't know any details of it. I've seen pictures of it.
I looked at some of what was available because I wanted to find something that would, that we could put plows and salters on. So there was only one electric truck that had that as an option, and they're all like pre-bought or pre-registered all the way into 2025. And so I couldn't find anything that was all electric that we, would work for us. But I looked over the zero emission vehicles program thing, and on the we can do a hybrid. But all we'll get off is like on the biggest size truck, which is what we'd want, is like a medium duty. We'd only be able to get like 7,500 off as a rebate. And so whatever truck we end up getting, if we can get a hybrid, we can get some money off as long as we do it through a New York State source, right? So it's a New York State program, so you gotta, so it's gotta be a state bid from a dealer in New York State, so that way we're promoting,
I think we have to do that.
some taxes.
yeah, these new Dodge Trailblazers are supposed to be equivalent to a 3/4 ton truck, even though it's rated at a half. And the power of a diesel and the fuel economy. It's got a V6 engine with a generator that makes its own electricity that powers the electric motor. So the mileage is going to be phenomenal with the power of a diesel. And
Is that a
and the weight
hybrid or a
class
straight
of a
electric?
3/4 ton.
Is that a hybrid or straight electric?
It's a hybrid.
Maybe check into that, Rusty.
And they're coming out, they're releasing those in
through January or February of next year.
Which means you're waiting, coming out soon, like having away those fancy Tesla Cybertrucks.
Yeah, Tesla, yeah. Is that what that is?
Yeah, the weird rusty.
So we're gonna have $90,000 if that all works, but not necessarily, because that still is, they have to
Really
approve
spend that on.
all of that stuff. That, I'm just making some suggestions where that probably ought to go for our code vehicle. We probably, if we want to buy another, if we get the 100 and a half and we want to buy an electric truck or two, or the DPW or the stuff or whatever, that's probably when we should be buying an electric truck. I'm going to recommend that we empower Dave to go talk to Dirk and chat with him about it and kind of be the liaison and try to work out what might be a better option. That's what I'm going to recommend, that Dave do that. He knows trucks. He's the sewer commissioner, but he'd be taking care of that. Most of us don't know very much about trucks. And still, electric trucks have their power downside. They have their batteries don't work in the winter downside. This may not be, so we still be sniffing at some regular trucks here.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, yeah, but you're the man. That's my recommendation, is that sooner than later, Dave, if he's interested, takes the lead in this.
I do. And I agree. I looked at the specs of the Jeep Gladiator versus the Ram 2500 or 30, whatever we have over there. Not even close.
Yeah.
It's like a toy compared to a work vehicle.
Right.
Thank you for doing that research.
You could put
And
go
maybe,
6
and maybe
Jeeps
that's
with
all
a
he
Ram.
needs, you know? But
Right. Okay.
totally love the trip. I do. I do see.
What's that?
I've been staying here because if you're gonna vote on the MOU, I want to be here to answer questions.
Oh, yeah, we can do that now.
Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't realize that's where you're there.
You're just used to me being.
I know, I just figured you were hanging out. Okay, let's do the MOU.
Where the hell's that?
And actually, let's do the hazard mitigation thing first. That's easy. So we do have a resolution from Elaine, which does not include our annex. So maybe we want to do two separate ones.
Oh, is that where we're at now? The hazard mitigation?
Yeah, we'll do that quick. I don't know where it went, but we have it. We got it in our file here. If not, it's in my email.
I still want to get a group picture, by the way, of everybody who as many people as we can get who participated in the hazard mitigation plan in the village annex, because I would like to make a press release that says we won that national award. And I think it would be nice to get a picture, so that's kind of on my. So from your perspective, what would be the best time to try to get a photo? They do it in business hours or out of business hours?
Are they out of business hours?
Out.
Most of us have jobs. So did anybody get the resolution from Elaine?
Is that what's in the agenda, or that's different from what's in the agenda?
Sent it today, so probably not the agenda. That's just a blanket county resolution that says, whereas insert municipality name, Board of Trustees recognizes the threat of natural hazards to both people and property within municipality. And whereas municipality has prepared a multi-hazard mitigation plan, hereby known as the Tioga County Multi-Jurisdictional Hazard Mitigation Plan Update 2024, in accordance with the Disaster Mitigation Act of 2000. And whereas the Tioga County Mass Multi-Jurisdictional Hazard Mitigation Plan Update 2024 identifies mitigation goals and actions to reduce or eliminate long-term risks to the people and property in the municipality from impacts of future hazards and disasters. And whereas adoption by municipality Board of Trustees demonstrates their commitment to hazard mitigation and achieving goals outlined in the Tioga County Multi-Jurisdictional Hazard Mitigation Plan Update 2024. Now therefore be it resolved by the Village of Owego that the Village of Owego Board of Trustees adopts the Tioga County Multi-Jurisdictional Hazard Mitigation Plan Update 2024. This plan, approved by the community, may be edited or amended after submission for review, but will not require the community to readopt any further iterations. This only applies to a specific plan that does not absolve the community from updating the plan every 5 years.
So we have that piece of paper, I saw that.
Yeah. So.
Is that boilerplate? Is that
Yeah.
what you're supposed to do?
Yeah, I know, I came from Elaine.
Well, I know, but did she get it from
Yes, yeah.
wherever? State?
Hazard mitigation plan resolution. Which she sent it to every 35 people, so.
And she said here, these are from.
So we need to
Yes.
adopt the county's plan, and if that's satisfactory, let's do it.
That's a motion.
That's a motion.
Sure.
We got a second to that motion to adopt that resolution? from the
I
county?
second.
Okay. Any discussion about it? Other than we probably need to do one for the
Yeah.
Village of Owego.
We'll do that after.
Fran?
Yes.
Chuck?
Yes.
Rusty?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Yes.
And yes. So now we should do a motion, doesn't have to be a formal resolution, but accepting our annex.
Our annex? How are we gonna word that? We're gonna move to accept it, and the wording is gonna get added later,
Basically.
because we don't know the exact wording about that.
It's the Village of Owego jurisdictional annex to the Tioga County Hazard.
Multi-jurisdictional,
Yeah,
yeah.
I think that's the.
That's the language. Will we approve the annex with the proper language?
I second.
Okay, any discussion, questions? Fran?
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
Rusty?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Dave? Yes. And yes. Okay. Now let's go to the MOU.
That I got here somewhere. I probably lost that.
For the adjournment, which Julie explained about earlier in the public comment. I don't need to make,
So whatever we were gonna do to hire her before, however that was gonna get done, and it was all a little bit vague. Now we're hiring somebody else. And so I'm just I don't even know what questions are, but when it says, it's a longer document, it says a bunch of things. We're now doing business with somebody else, and it has responsibilities, financial obligations, et cetera, et cetera. So are there things in there?
So she's still the same intern doing the work.
That's correct.
Right.
Are we making agreements with this group that X, Y, and Z will happen, we will do this, we'll do that? That's the questions I have about this.
I mean, I talked to Nate
I don't even know
about
what they are, but.
I talked to Nate about it, and obviously an agreement for a contractor is much different than an employee who we oversee and control.
Yeah, so that part's taken care of. We're not paying, yeah, it's not our employee, we're not paying taxes and social security, we're not doing any of that stuff. So we get that part, which we kind of wanted anyway.
It's easy.
That part is easy. We're on the hook for $300, I think.
We're gonna pay them the 3,000, we're gonna get reimbursed. So
2,700.
So we're gonna pay, we're gonna pay $3,000. They're gonna submit for a reimbursement, and they're gonna do it at the time frame by September 24th. And then they agree to give us $2,700 in 2024. What happens if there's a glitch? Does this infer that when they submit it, if there's some problem that we don't get our $2,700? Just wondered how that all works.
It's a standard NYSERDA internship program that they participated in the past. So I mean, can we say it's impossible that there's a glitch? No, we don't anticipate one because it's a long-running NYSERDA program, but I can't like say no crazy thing could happen. I mean, I don't have a crystal ball.
But I mean, actually, if you read that financial agreement, it says they'll submit for reimbursement, blah, blah, blah. But then the next piece says they agree to reimburse us that much money in September. It doesn't say it's contingent on anything. It says that they will do it.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying, for my worry, maybe that,
Actually, it does. You're right. It's worded
yeah,
wrong.
just no matter what else happens, it says they will do that.
Well, it says within 30 days of receipt of the reimbursement from NYSERDA.
That's not what it says in this.
So what I got.
It says that within 30 days.
After they get their money. they have to pay us.
You might have gotten, there's
Oh, no.
something updated.
Oh, of
possibly
course, I always get the one that's not updated.
Julie, is that what you printed out?
Did I hand this one to you?
Look at that one. Nope, that's one new.
Financial arrangement.
That's smaller print. Nope, that's not the one I have. I have this one. What's that?
That's what Laura said.
You probably got the original.
I made copies of them.
Yeah. This is the today version here. You can.
Nothing surprised, that's not your fault. Nothing surprises me about this.
Done on purpose to trip you up.
This one says different. Oh, that did change. The other one says they'll give us that money in September. This one says they'll give us that money 30 days after they get the money from NYSERDA, which means if they don't get money from NYSERDA, we don't get nothing.
Right.
That's a whole different ballgame. No, I'm not saying it's a deal breaker, but it's a different game.
There is a minimal risk associated with it that, I mean, I can't say it's.
No.
Yeah, I would say it's pretty low.
Yeah.
There's low risk.
I probably ought to look at this real quick to see what other things we ought to do.
Even if you don't get the money, it's still 3,000 lost, but that's 3,000 we spent.
Well, the other piece I'm concerned about is what are we obligating to do with them?
So I have a question, which I didn't bring up in my review. And now you gave yours to Rusty. But like the fourth thing down, it says, plan, staff, informational sessions at local events and venues. Then it lists things such as the Owego Strawberry Festival, Owego Rotary Lunch and Learn, Toward County Fair, the Gateway Deck, and Leonardo's Wine Bar.
I saw that one.
How did that
Yeah,
get?
Where is that?
So they already have a booth for the Strawberry Fest. And we were just talking about where could we have events? And we thought it would be good to have events at local, like at a local restaurant to like promote the local restaurant and promote the event. So one of the things we thought of was Leonardo's. I actually wrote to Elizabeth, but I didn't hear back from her. So that's a suggestion. That's not a done deal. But the Strawberry Fest booth is in.
No, the rest makes sense until I got to that part.
Yeah, so the thought was just to do something at a local business.
And I was thinking, why not the barley corn? Why not a roof?
Yeah, it
Why
could
not
be the barley
Oreo?
corn. It could be the Lucky Haven.
Connection.
Right, whatever.
Yeah.
I don't- Insert any business in there.
So I
Yeah,
worry,
That could.
I worry too much. And so my worry there is that they will, Nest or whatever, will conduct on behalf of the Village of Owego all these things. And so they're speaking for us in our name, and those are the things that I worry about.
No, but we have a committee, if you look.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
working with
Provides
us. And so, I mean, they do this. This is Nest's charter, is to do these community campaigns, right? They are experienced, they know how to do it, they know how to make them run. The point is for us to work with them so that things are done in a way consistent with our needs. That's why Laura and Jerry and Colin and Kevin and I are signed on to interface with Nest. So they're not gonna do stuff in a vacuum, Rusty.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
I'd be, it doesn't matter what I am, I'd be more, I see here where it says the Village of Owego agrees to the following in support of the campaign goal, blah, 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 the people in this, that, like, someplace, I almost like that to say, and they're the final arbitrators. They're the people that are gonna decide, or rather than Nesta. I just worry about all that crap. What can go
I mean,
wrong?
we can make.
Well,
if
I'm
you
not trying to,
wanna
I'm not trying to make it
dynamically
crazy.
Edits to this, it's.
So some of those parts could be edited out, but like the scoping document from NYSERDA wanted us to supply the events and the dates and what activities were gonna be happening in the time period. So that information came from like that list of, that we're preparing to send, that says like, here is the concerts in the park and like all the things that, where people would be gathered, because we need to get educational materials to like all members of the population. So it's not just homeowners, but we're like, we're reaching like low income and disadvantaged. I mean, our low, you know, we're really trying to get the education and the possibilities spread out for everybody.
We don't have a budget to like put flyers. I mean, Nest was gonna kick in, I think, like $250 for paper materials, but it's not like there's a designated pot of money where we could make some postcard that gets mailed to everybody, because we don't have a budget. There's no budget anywhere to do that, unfortunately. So we have to go with public places.
Facebook page would fix it.
Yeah, well, Facebook page is one of the things that's on there, and Erin will be posting. And we talked about that, so she's happy to prepare all the posts, and in the page that Kevin uses, they can be posted. And for you, she's happy to feed you all of the stuff, and you can look at it and then post. So,
Yeah, my only concern, like posting it from the village, is to make sure that we're somewhere down the line, once the intern's gone, people don't come back, grill us on something that happened or a decision they made, or, you know what I mean?
well, and the information would be knowledge. It would be, you know, this is how a heat pump works, and
Stuff like that's fine.
that, yeah, I think that, in that, obviously, we can work with you on what information you're comfortable pushing on that site, right? Because you obviously, I mean, you should be comfortable with it too.
Just because at the end of the day, it's gonna come across as the village is doing this, not the intern, not.
Oh, but it
Yeah,
is,
we're the ones.
it's a community campaign that we are gonna tell clean energy communities we're doing. We're contracting services to help us do it, right? But it's clearly, the village is saying we want to do this, right?
Yeah, but, Julie, just to clarify, I think you were saying with the dates, places listed there, they may be modified as needed.
Yeah, I mean, it's a summer internship, so we want it to roughly start in the middle of June and go to the middle of August.
Yeah, that's whatever's gonna happen.
That's when she's available. That's the 10 weeks. That's the deal.
Yeah, so that's why it's important that this goes through tonight, so we can get the scoping document sent to NYSERDA and, you know, kind of get the show on the road. And then we get credit, so anything that happens before the scoping document is submitted and accepted doesn't count. So like, we want that done before Strawberry Festival, so we could say they, you know, interacted with a few hundred people who you could, you know, drag to the table at Strawberry Festival.
So Mike, I'm gonna finish up my worries and shut up. So over here, we were worried that we're gonna have an intern and we have no idea what we're gonna do and how's it gonna work and this, so having this group take care of it solves a bunch of that problem about who's gonna be in charge of what, how they're gonna do that. So I get all that over there. And I have the same old stupid worries I always have. The snowball starts rolling down the hill and pretty soon it's bigger and bigger and, well, where's it going? What's it gonna do? It's the same old worry I have about everything. So let's
One
do this if
question
we're gonna do it.
I have is, and I don't know if it's needed, But if she wanted to be in the village for a few days, could she just like sit in this conference room, or is there a
Yeah.
place she could sit in this building?
I'm not here to like that.
No, it's pretty much the foundry.
Okay. Yeah. So she could, if she wanted to camp out for a few days. I expect her to work mostly out of the Binghamton office. Okay,
Right.
I just wanted to be able to tell you
I mean, I'm here Fridays, but other than Fridays, I'm usually not here.
that. Okay.
We're gonna set her up.
When this all started, we expected that an intern would be here a lot.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
because we didn't know she was gonna have the nest off. Okay, so I tell her she gets the mayor's office. She'll like that.
Yeah.
Bring a cot.
Except Fridays. Well, if she's in there, that's fine, I'll stay home.
So aside from all my worries, are we good on this? Let's do it if we're gonna do it.
I motion that we approve the memorandum of understanding between the Village of Owego and the Binghamton Regional Sustainability Coalition, DBA, Network for a Sustainable Tomorrow for this summer campaign. Thank you.
Okay, any other
Dave, you second?
Dave second. Any other discussion about this? Fran?
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
Rusty?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. She's a sharp cookie.
We're
She's
lucky to
gonna-
have her.
She's gonna do a good job for us. So,
What's her name again?
okay, thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thank you, Julie.
I'm gonna mosey up.
You shouldn't have had to wait this long either.
Hopefully,
Yeah,
you don't
sorry.
have too much more.
You had enough.
No, I just back in town.
What else do we got? We have the Spectrum Charter franchise agreement.
We're just gonna fuss about everything. What was that?
We had the public hearing, we want to do anything about it? I had to put them on the agenda this time so we didn't forget, like we did last time with the other thing.
I'm just a naysayer. I'm always mad. I'm mad at these people. I'm mad that that they chop down trees willy-nilly. I'm mad that in this agreement, it says they can do any damn thing they want, any place they want, anytime they want, and they can assign it to anybody they want. I'm mad that there's a pile of tree branches on Liberty Street that they're cut down and left. I'm mad that they were out there, they or their contractor were out there at 1 a.m. with lights and noise doing wire that wasn't an emergency. I'm never happy with Spectrum. But-
Anybody is. Well, chances are they can do all that kind of stuff without the agreement too.
I'm happy with $50,000.
Yeah, I am happy with them paying us.
Is that another new thing that I don't have? Where's that?
It's
The $50,000 thing.
well, that's about what we get
Oh.
a year.
No, you guys renegotiated this, right? So we're gonna get,
We actually should get a little bit more, although,
it was gonna include more things and,
even though it's less, because they get less subscribers by the day. because of
But we're gonna get-
you list, but.
Yeah.
but we're gonna get more, some, I don't like that, some of the terms, when you go through it, some of the terms of the things that they can do, I just don't like it, but.
I would bet they could do a lot of those things anyway, just being that they're their lines.
Yeah, well, I think it says they can bury things in the ground and we don't have anything to say about that. They can do that any place they want. That's different than their lines. That's giving them permission to do something else. There's an awful lot of things they get to do.
That agreement does get us $50,000 a year.
Yeah.
That much.
So it is advantageous for us. Also. And when they expire, they don't technically have to pay us. We all know how they are. They probably won't pay us. Probably is, or just about.
Amount of franchise fee, annual gross revenue.
Yeah, so they changed part of that, they broadened the definition of annual gross revenue.
That helped us, or did?
It helped us, yeah.
I love franchise fee may pass through to subscribers and
Oh, yeah,
as a
they're not-
line item.
They're not sucking it up. I mean, they're
I know.
passing on the bills, don't worry.
Hey, when do we start? we should be talking about this for 10 seconds. When do we start the new hydrant thing on the water bills? You know when that goes into effect?
I think it started.
They can't bill us after.
My new one didn't have it on it, but
Go
Have to look.
add it to your bill, don't worry.
I just paid mine too.
Okay.
Yeah, they
No,
won't-
yeah,
They won't
forget
waste
that.
that time, don't worry.
yeah.
And the bill said there was a 2% something.
They're gonna do
Franchise upgrade.
2%. Oh.
On the last bill, it said there's a 2% upgrade surcharge for
Is that what that's for?
franchise upgrade.
Because they're always asking for 15 or 20% from the
2.5%
from the
for that.
commission, but they don't get it. But they ask
They'll
for it.
also, they'll add extra for the hydrant.
Yeah, they will.
All right, who made a motion for this one?
Nobody.
Somebody's at.
Same.
Fran makes-
Fran did, because that's part of her name.
Fran- Fran seconds. Fran sang that song, second that emotion. She did one.
Rusty said.
I did like hell. I'm not seconding this. I don't even want to do it.
I'll second
We're
it for
stuck.
Rusty.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion or we beat this horse to death?
We beat the horse to death. I mean, what are we gonna do?
Fran,
Yes.
Charles, yes, Rusty,
Every time tonight? No.
okay, Laura,
Yes.
Dave,
Yes.
and yes. Okay.
All right.
Now, next thing is procurement policy. So this is the law taking it out of the law.
Oh, that's right. This is where we remove
Right.
the section
Removing
58
it
from the code, from the charter of the code, Washington code. Move that we pass local law number 3 with all the verbiage.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion on that? Fran?
Yes.
Chuck?
Yes.
Rusty?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
And yes. And do we have to adopt the same policy as a policy?
Wasn't there something, we couldn't have it in the law, it had to be a procedure or whatever, then I would guess we would have to adopt the new procurement policy, which we have written here somewhere.
Right. Which is the same procurement policy. just
Is it?
written.
Do we have a written copy of that?
So do that.
What do we just? Move that we adopt the procurement policy as presented.
We got a second for that one?
Second.
Not on the agenda, so, I mean, Fran?
Yes.
Charles? Yes. Rusty?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
And yes. Can't go without a procurement policy, or maybe buy everything. All right, payment of bills.
Twelve minutes for these 19 important things, hour and a half for the pickleball court.
I know. Anybody motion to pay the bills?
So moved.
Get a second?
Second.
Yeah. Any questions on the bills? Okay, Fran?
Yes.
Charles? Yeah. Rusty?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
And yes. And the budget status report, which used to be called the treasurer report. So this we held over from last meeting because of the software. Gave it to you this meeting.
Approve the budget status report as submitted.
Right. We're not really proving it, we're just proving that you got it.
That says here approved, but prove acceptance of it, prove whatever it is. Accept, we could say accept budget status report.
That's probably.
Want to say that? Okay. That's what I do.
I'll second.
Okay. Okay, any questions or if you have comments about it, let us know, because we can, like I say, we can change it up, but we can probably change it up. If you don't like columns or whatever.
We're still gonna be under the 2% cap.
That's a whole different
That's
topic.
a little bit different.
That's the budget. We'll get to that.
That's the
How would we know?
All right, we'll vote on this, accepting that you got it. Say it. Fran?
Yes.
Charles? Yes. Rusty?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Dave? Yes. And yes. If you got ideas to make it better, let me or the girls know, we'll figure it out. All right, minutes.
I sent yeah, I can't think of the words, trustee report in. So you've added that. So with that, I would have motion to approve.
Excellent. You sent them written down. Good job.
It was in yellow, it's like, get them.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Second.
We got, Rusty,
Okay, any other discussion on the minutes of last meeting?
This was the minutes of May.
May 20th.
May 20th.
Frank?
Yes.
Charles? Rusty?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Dave? Yes. And yes. Trustee report. Oh, wait a minute, we forgot the investment policy.
we gave you a copy of the Owego, Village of Owego investment policy. I got that from Nate. You can look at it. It's pretty much above my head. I'm not sure. They just want you to have one on file. It's pretty detailed.
Yeah,
It's right out of the comptroller.
So
it's right out of their book, yeah.
You know, we should have it, and then we should follow it, but it's more than, they do more stuff than we do.
Right.
What you want, Rod?
Yeah, that's my investment.
Okay. Somebody already move it?
You did.
Okay.
Second. Right.
Okay, any discussion on it? We've had a couple weeks. Like Rodney says,
It'll be,
like Fran says, right out of the comptroller book.
yeah, that's what we do.
Okay.
It's pretty complicated.
It is definitely complicated. Fran?
Essentially, it says the mayor gets to decide.
I don't want to
The
say
mayor gives
anything.
it time.
Yeah, I
Yes.
agree with that too, you're right. But it'd be a little funny down. Fran? Charles? Yes. Rusty?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Dave? And yes.
And how about, should we, we got the budget coming up. We're gonna have a budget meeting next Monday.
Oh, we just approve that right now.
Just approve the budget?
Right now.
Seconded.
All right. And use this year's budget.
Do the guys have, does everybody have their forms or whatever to send in their stuff?
Do we have their forms back?
No, we'll have them back next.
So they all have them there, all.
We just gotta figure out what time everybody can meet.
But I'm gonna have to do all my stuff before that.
Yep, Mike gotta weave his magic.
So we're gonna need them back like before this weekend.
I think we got our but you wanna, I mean, like, here's the thing, EMS budget is an equal budget up and down.
The sewer budget is kind
The
of.
sewer budget is the same up and down, and their revenue's gonna meet their expenses. As long as they don't go,
Over their income.
over their income, and I don't wanna
Yeah.
raise the sewer rates.
Neither one of them generally do that at all.
So,
Those two guys come in even, so you got the fire, clerk, DPW,
police,
yeah.
judge.
So remember the last year or two, the judge didn't get his thing or didn't know or didn't get it in, so is the judge,
Well, we've
On
already
board
got
with-
it, you already mailed it.
so he's already,
Yeah,
he's already where he wants to be, or, you know, he's at least presenting.
They've got, they just have to find. So let's just set something up, I'll throw it in the paper, yeah, I'll get it in the paper for, what, 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock on Wednesday, or Monday, next Monday?
We'll do 7.
7?
You're talking about because we have to have it in July 1st.
Yeah.
Public
We're
hearing.
gonna pass it by July 1st.
We gotta have a public hearing.
Right.
Can we can't get that by next Monday?
No. But we could set the public hearing for the 17th.
We should
Our
damn well
next
do that.
normal meeting.
You want that, okay, 17th of June, that's gonna be a public hearing.
We probably, none of us want to, we probably should have a meeting next Monday
Right.
amongst ourselves, well, the public can come, but
If we need to have a meeting, we've got another Monday, right? We do have the 24th. We gotta pass it by July 1st.
yeah, but we should have a meeting. We're gonna have the public hearing on the 17th. we should have a meeting before that so that we can be
Right,
giving them
right.
the thing to look at and talk about. Yeah,
Yeah, no, we should have a meeting the 10th.
that's what we should do.
That's Monday. Next Monday. And do we want to do a motion to set the public hearing on the 17th?
Yeah, let's do that right now.
So it's-
Move, we have a public hearing 17th for the budget.
Seconded by
Second.
Dave.
Vote on that. Fran?
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
Rusty?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
David?
Yes.
And yes.
Now we need a motion
7
to have
o'clock.
a meeting on Monday.
Motion.
Charles. This is budget meeting on Monday.
Budget workshop.
Budget workshop, which is this meeting, yep.
Yeah.
Second.
Fran?
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
Rusty?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Dave?
7 o'clock.
7 o'clock.
Pizza?
And
Um,
yes. Yeah, we can get this.
Mike, could we, add that,
Yes.
sorry, I didn't know you didn't get there.
Oh, I vote yes.
Could
I don't want to,
we,
but
yeah, could we, at that meeting, we don't have to vote on this. Public can come, no public comment. You don't come in that and 25 people talk about other
Right, yeah,
things.
no,
It's
it's
for the
just a-
budget.
It's just a workshop for us.
I mean, they can come, but they don't have to necessarily have public comment or thing about whatever that's on their mind. It's just get the state of the budget.
Yes, yeah.
What's that?
She's not online anymore. so
Yeah, she's flying to Holland right now.
When's she gonna be back?
Yes, we'll be back.
Oh, she won't be back next week.
No.
So here's what I would suggest.
That's okay.
Yes.
If you're the sewer guy, you meet with the sewer guys offline before that, so you've got all their questions. Fran, you meet with the EMS guys. Make sure you got all their questions, so we don't.
Oh, that's good thinking. Yeah, DPW police,
Maybe
yeah.
fire guys and just say, hey, cut, get it narrowed down. Who's got the, oh, you got DPW?
You got the big one.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I looked it up, it's a straight 2%, which is a $40,000 raise for the whole budget.
That's what we have this year. It's not the inflation, it's two.
Straight 2%, but we've already passed override, so we can go.
Yeah, but you know, when we do that, they spank us.
Right, we've been good, we've been good.
We don't want to do that unless we have to do that.
So we got,
And you know something along that line?
we probably spent more than 40 grand in
The day we're gonna do that,
payroll and
oh,
benefits.
obviously, we're behind, like, oh, the year we're gonna do that. We're not gonna do that, and we're not gonna override it and spend 3%, because that's stupid. The year we're gonna override it is when we're in the crapper like we did once with Ed and once with Mooner, and we're gonna override it by 15%. I'm just saying, when we're just cracked up and we're stuck. We'll do it one time and we'll do it whatever it has to be. Yep, and that's part of why it's coming. And we're all doing it the year we're all gonna be gone.
Yeah, just on the way out the door.
Yeah, out the door I went.
All right, anyway.
Is this meeting something we want to invite the department heads to?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
They come.
That's next Monday.
Next one.
And,
How long have they
we'll try to work it so that they can get in and out, or give you stuff in advance.
How long
We don't
have they
wanna-
had the paperwork?
Yeah,
When were they given the paperwork?
yeah, we give them the paperwork, they fill it out, then I make copies.
Probably a month ago.
A month, so they've had a month to prep for it.
Yeah,
All right, yeah, I just want to make sure they have enough time.
Oh, yeah. no,
I'm
they
gonna be talking to Kennedy next day or so to tell him you have that ready, because next Monday, we're gonna be doing stuff.
Yeah, no, they've had the sheets. for a while.
Just get it in.
And when you look at them, there's like a tiny difference between one year and the next, because there's no
Right.
place to go.
There isn't really. I mean,
You can't say I want $200,000.
What about the fire chief? Because he's new.
Yeah.
Was he given a copy of the old one or
Oh,
like,
yeah,
this- yeah,
we'll give them.
Yeah,
okay,
he probably has the least amount of time, so.
Yeah.
Charles should be able to-
Right, but his budget's like the smallest.
And there is a fire board, not that you can't talk to him every minute, but there's a fire board meeting Wednesday too.
And we're taking out the hydrant.
Right. The ski permit, that's like a $300,000 budget, so it's not.
But once again, that doesn't, yeah, we're taking it out, but that doesn't mean there isn't 60 grand to spend out because it's out. No.
Right, that 60 grand's gonna go somewhere else.
Yeah, however that works.
They'll be spread out. Like I say, EMS should come in, they'll do their budget. This is their expenses.
Should come in, they're gonna come in at minimum 50 grand over what they brought in, because we paid for that for LoSAP.
So they should be good. Same with sewer, they're not gonna come up with anything extraordinary. Especially since we're not doing the sewer upgrade project at this point. We don't have to worry about coming up with a couple $100,000.
And speaking of that, we're just as we try to stay here all night long, that's that same deal. Yes, it would, isn't it wonderful, isn't it important to do that, the sewer, the separation and stuff? The obligation is monster. We said that 2 or 3 times now.
And our sewer still is only at 45% capacity.
Yeah.
So they're talking, when you get to 90, you're gonna be mandated.
There's gonna be a hell of a lot of rain.
And it does go to capacity when we have a super rain, but that's like 1 day or 2 a year.
And we are paying money to treat rainwater, which is, we're
Yeah.
losing money there.
Yeah.
But they're gonna take the rainwater and store it in the river anyhow.
Right.
It's
But
not
we're
like
putting
they're gonna do anything
chemicals,
special with it, they're just gonna take it and drain it.
yeah, we're putting chemicals in it, which cost more money than they used to.
I'd rather have the Army Corps of Engineers give us something nice. Yeah, that would just make me, I don't wanna raise somebody's bill.
Yeah, I don't want to raise
It's
the
been
bill.
years and
No.
they finally, everybody's used to it, and they're pretty happy with it.
And we finally did get the property over by the sewer plant.
Yes.
And that-
Finally own that. And so once again, yeah, now we have different ways of bringing stuff in, and we might, who
Yeah,
knows,
we
we
may
might be building a tank on the other side of the driveway.
You can
We
make
might
some
be
more money.
doing a whole lot more stuff. We don't know.
See,
That was the dream all along.
That's a big plus for them.
I'd rather spend money on that. Anyway, we're getting off topic.
Yep.
That's good. I think we're on board with that. All right.
We got our meeting for the budget.
All right.
We'll go to trustee reports.
The express version.
Yes, this is the express version of trustee reports.
Dave?
All right, the Jeep Gladiator, we kind of already talked about that. So I'll jump back right past that. I talked a few months ago about putting some porta potties in at the local smaller parks and things
Oh,
like
yeah.
that. Best price I got was from Bishop's in Ulster. They said they could bring us a porta potty for $105 per month per potty. And that includes tax. I got them chewed down. If we get at least 6, he'll do $105 per thing. So if we need 6 porta potties for 4 months, that's a total of $3,120. If you want it for 3 months, which would take us to August, $2,441. They'll come twice a week, clean them out.
Oh, that's what I was wondering, yeah. Twice a week they'll get clean, okay.
And that includes hand sanitizer, toilet paper, paper towels, things like that.
The Little League already has stuff, right?
Yeah.
So Little League has. What parks are we sniffing, Dave?
I don't have that list
Okay.
in front of me. You gave me like 6 before.
Probably Mayor's Park, Draper Park,
Poland Park,
Halsted.
Halsted Park Development.
Livingston.
Could do in Livingston, that's the Teen League field down by the creek, but hardly anybody uses that anymore.
Draper Park.
Marvin Park?
What's that?
Marvin
Well, we didn't say anything.
Marvin Park?
We didn't say anything about Marvin Park. We got,
No, we thought we'd have
Probably won't be
bathrooms.
done yet.
Yeah, bathroom, what we done to.
Right.
So we probably should get some from Marvin Park anyway.
Not a horrible idea. I mean, the pool's gonna open soon, yeah, it's a bathroom, but.
It wouldn't be a waste.
No.
No, I'd say that's more, Marvin Park's more important than some of those other
That's true.
Mayor's Park.
Well, I'll get with you after the meeting. We'll nail down a number. For those 2 parks. But that's a fairly decent price, $105 a month,
Yeah.
including tax.
Yeah. Good price. Especially going from Ulster, Pennsylvania. That's a
Well, they
long-
come up here anyway. They
This is
say.
a long ride with a porta john.
for crap.
Mayor's Park, I think you should put it on the Gridley.
Right.
Not the Mayor's Park by the Barley.
I wouldn't put
You
one
go
there.
to Barley.
No, but I'd put one over by the other side. But not the Barley.
That's a tiny one.
I was thinking right by the new sign.
We'll look that
Right by
over.
the new sign.
Yeah, right by the welcome to Owego sign.
We'll look that over and sniff where's once.
Yeah, right.
We put it at Hyde Park, or Hyde Park.
Well, we'll get together, Mike, and discuss the details of locations,
Okay.
where on the property.
Think about it.
I got a weird
How
question.
many?
Yes, you do.
What are they doing as far as facilities for bathroom over at their camp?
You know what they're doing.
You want to give that one too?
You know what they're doing.
No, I don't want to get one.
I don't want to do that, but it just crossed my mind. It's like,
No, that's what the people are complaining.
holy crap.
What wasn't gonna get into a conversation with the young lady here, but it's just so super simple. We don't have the facilities in this little tiny village, the budget of the facilities or any place to put a whole bunch of homeless people. And they can't, and the way it gets brought up is, oh, they're human beings and where else will they go? That's not our problem. They can't be at certain places. And I'm considering for me, proposing because we need something that's a better fire law, because we don't have much in the way of fire law in the village. And that would be, you can't have any fires on public property. You may have a fire, and when there's already a way that you're supposed to pit it and do everything when you have an outdoor fire on your personal property. You can't have it on public property, and you can't have it on somebody else's property. Because this little stuff about how that's not ours, it's private, we're gonna need some rules about what you can do on private property that isn't yours. And it's not about that these are human beings and we feel bad for them, it's that 30 of you can't come from someplace else here because we don't have anything for you.
Yeah, it's a touchy situation because we don't want to come across as being insensitive to the situation, but it is a problem with the quality of life.
And the thing we just said, we
If
don't
it
have
happens,
it.
you know?
There is no place in this
Biggest
tiny
scale.
little village, this little 1 by 1 mile village. We don't have a place for you.
On the other side, it causes issues with our residents that are here paying taxes, running businesses.
I mean, as much as we want to do for them, the little we do, word gets out, more comes.
Yep. And there's no place for them.
I saw somebody with a rental U-Haul truck pulling there today. I don't know what they're doing.
I mean, they're building a city. You can't do that. It's not your property.
It's like 5 o'clock.
Moving in.
It's unhealthy. You asked about the refuse, the waste. It's unhealthy. It's dangerous. It's all those things.
And it's not good for the neighbors around it, the businesses around it.
And it's not good for, talk about the people and their people and yeah, we'll talk about the people. It's not good for the people.
No, the ones who are living there.
It's not good for them.
They need something better. I don't disagree with that.
And they should have something better. We just can't supply it.
Owego County in general can't supply it.
Yeah, and they can supply it better than the village of Owego can. They're in charge of all that kind of stuff by law. But anyway, just a little piece on that.
All right, Dave, do you have anything else?
Sorry, Dave.
Sorry.
Everybody's
got out of hand.
No, nothing else. Just, we'll get together at night. Final details.
There. Rusty's next up.
No, this time I won't have something for later.
There you go. Crushing him off that. Charles?
Charles already said, just abbreviated time.
Yeah, that's right. Abbreviated. I covered everything.
Yeah. Laura?
Okay, I did type it up. The MOU with Nest was the first thing. The CAC scoping meeting, we had our first meeting looking at the scoping document that we create for NYSERDA about our plans for the community campaigns. Our next meeting is gonna be Thursday, the 6th at 1 PM. We got the announcement that the 90K climate clean energy communities grant money has been opened and available. Julie talked about that earlier. We've got until July 29th to apply to spend the funds. And to get that money, we recently submitted a number of high impact actions to NYSERDA, and that involved the clean municipal building demonstration. That was the clean heating and cooling demo of this building. The build ready site nomination of Southside Drive, 75 Southside Drive, which is the wastewater treatment plant. The advanced benchmarking, which is when we've calculated and analyzed the energy use of our buildings for some years, and the clean fleet inventory. I asked Chief Kennedy to get quotes from the state site for the EVs, so we can take a look at the numbers. So that'd be for the Chevy Blazer for replacing the old code enforcement vehicle, and for an EV with a police package, just in case it would be like a backup quote in case some of the any of the other things that we're looking for with the money, if they don't pan out for us in the right amount of time, that we would have this quote ready for an electric vehicle for the police, just as a possibility. So we can just.
They are absolutely unkeen about having an electric vehicle be a pursuit vehicle.
Okay.
But back to that, when we do this, can I interrupt you for a minute?
Yeah.
When we use these 90,000, 150,000, can we get a hybrid, or does it have to be a full electric? Find that out if you can.
I'm not sure, but I can find out. But like I believe hybrids are acceptable because that's how the zero.
That's a whole
I got
different
one.
ballgame for a hybrid is. I mean, I'm just saying, that's a whole different ballgame than an electric vehicle. It's a whole different
Oh, yeah.
ballgame for the winter and the battery and the freezing. It's a whole different ballgame of usable and practical. Good, I interrupted you. Back to it.
They already have a hybrid, so like this would be like a second one if they. So
we're getting 6 hybrids, but when we get our $300,000 one, yeah.
Right,
Not to interrupt you, back to your stuff.
So that would just be like a backup that like if we, if other arrangements of how we can spend this money don't work, that we could spend it on a police vehicle. And then I want to get a quote on installing the level 2 charger, so that we can charge up the vehicle, and then estimates for electric landscaping equipment, and for air sealing and insulation audit for 90 Temple Street. And then that way we can stop the drafts. They complain a lot about it, and that would be like a major improvement for everybody's comfort.
Right. Here.
Yeah.
You know that the draft is not insulation, the draft is the windows.
Yeah, but this would seal up around the windows.
Well, yeah, you have to seal around the windows, but that's the windows.
Yeah, so it's air sealing the drafts that are getting in without replacing the windows, because that would be a different portion. But with the 150 on the next grant award, I've been pushing for that money to go all into the 90 Temple Street improvements. Windows, exterior doors, insulation, air sealing. It's like all the stuff they've been asking for, and fix them up the right way. So the planning board didn't have a quorum. We need to put about 20,000 in the next budget so that we have a match for a comprehensive plan, that we could get a comprehensive plan. So we could get a grant, and the Department of State covers like 80 to 90% of the costs. we would get a comp plan for maybe 20,000 if we budget it, that we have that money set aside. And then I'd like to get, if Brad could get an estimate on flood insurance for the central fire station. Is it 87 North Ave?
Last time it was like $28,000. We don't have it, we have no insurance.
Well, to get a quote on how much it would cost us to insure the building.
Do you have money that I don't know about? That's 1% of the budget, you got to do that?
Well, I think I'd like to have the information to know how much it would cost us to insure it. So that way, if we have these grant projects to improve the building, we'd be required to have the insurance on it. So I'd like to know.
25,000 for DPW, 20,000 for the other, so between those three, maybe 60,000.
So can you get an official
Yeah,
number?
I got a quote from the insurance guy.
Okay. And then also,
And I don't have it for 178 Beach Street. That was 7,000.
So I think just because we're planning on doing work on the fire station, that would be good to have a quote for that ready. We don't have plans currently for 178 Main.
Yeah, well, I'll call next year.
Did one of the flood agencies tell us that we were in trouble if we didn't have insurance on all our buildings? There was a problem?
Just the CRS.
CRS, we were in trouble if we don't have insurance on everything.
CRS.
Can't remember. CRS.
Other than that building would be covered. But we're saving money, self-insured basically.
And then can you get an estimate for the proposed Marvin Park bathroom structure from them to find out how much that would cost us to insure?
Right. Should be cheap, I think.
Not really. It's a $600,000 building. It's probably 50,000, 80,000. I'll get it.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to know what we're looking at. So the Climate Smart Communities Task Force, our next meeting is Wednesday, the 12th at 10 a.m. That's at 56 Main Street. We're awaiting announcement for our efforts that we've been doing. We've completed enough actions to get bronze certification, so we're hoping the announcement will be made soon. For the Climate Smart Communities grant, we need formal approval of the work plan and budget from the village in an email. We approved that at our last meeting, and they need an email that says so. Possibly like minutes or something could go along with it so that they can see.
Who does that go to?
That goes to the DEC. And they also need us to complete and sign the New York State DEC WMBE and DSVOB Equal Employment Opportunity Policy Statement and the Equal Opportunity EEO Staffing Plan. So that's like all those documents that we do that say we're going to hire a certain amount, of people that are.
That's good. It's a minority thing, and women owned business and all that stuff.
Yeah.
That's what makes it.
We were hoping that when we got into all this stuff, there'd be more and more of that. Telling us what to do and that stuff that costs us a bunch of money.
Who's doing all that paperwork for this grant? Because typically it's like Team Taylor that does all that stuff.
Yeah, so I don't know, because Julie and I were gonna maybe try to wing it, but we don't know how to do that because we need the village's equal opportunity information about our people. So is there somebody in the office who's already filled this out? It was filled out for the DRI and stuff.
We're not using our staff for the DRI. The hunt does all that for the DRI. We pay them to do it.
but they would have submitted a copy, and then if we can find that, maybe we can,
We would just have some, they'll give us a copy.
Right, but it's not on our employees, the DRI is all on their contractors and their subcontractors. Nobody that we employ.
But we would have a copy of something, or they could send us down something.
Get that paving done up at the cemetery before we have to have 30% this and 48% of this prevailing wage. Get Reeves to do that before all this stuff.
It's a lot of paperwork. And any of those grants, it's tons and tons and tons of paperwork. Piles of it.
But this stuff wasn't for a grant. This is stuff they want from us. Anyway, they want this. They want our policy for that. Not just so you can have a grant. We want you to have the policy, and then we want you to follow the policy, and we want you to do this, and we want you to do that. Which is what's going to happen with that housing thing too.
Oh, yeah.
so the solar permit application still needs to be popped up onto our website. I attended green infrastructure training, and there was a site visit. It was by the Broome-Tioga Stormwater Coalition and Southern Tier 8. I learned about wetlands, infiltration, green infrastructure practices, and their maintenance chores. So we benefit from green infrastructure because the practices reduce runoff and provide pollutant removal. So those are the two biggest benefits of that we are cleaning our water and slowing it down and reducing it. We learned about infrastructure failure with age, loss of permeability, snow storage, access for maintenance, removing sedimentation, soil retention, permeable porous pavement, gravel wetlands, diversion of high flows, and we got to see the practices in use at several sites around Binghamton. So they had places where they had multiple things, and we toured around and got to ask questions. I attended a meeting May 24th with the Tioga County Historical Society executive director and their president, Jim Overheiser, Julie Nucci, also joined it. They were talking about the future projects to protect their collections and their building. So they're going to use the non-structural analysis that the Army Corps of Engineers is providing. The Army Corps chose 15 sites or building structures to show like different styles, what are the best improvements, and so they're doing each plan. So the museum was chosen as one of those. So they'll use that analysis to conduct cost-benefit analyses and be staged for funding for future grants through the flood mitigation assistance or hazard mitigation assistance grants, just like we are. And the public meeting for those non-structural analysis reports is August 7th at 7 p.m. That's what we've heard.
Where's that to be up?
Here. Waiting to hear an update about the stormwater modeling. Cadmus scheduled the visit Thursday, June 13th for the audit of the wastewater treatment plant. It's a 1 day, 6 hours on site visit. There's a short data request template that's to be completed prior to the audit that's been sent. And so what that is they're giving us free technical assistance to evaluate and lower our energy usage and costs. And they're completing an ASHRAE audit. It's worth a good $7,000 or more of their work, analyzing all the electric usages in the process, in buildings, everything that's associated. And the air brakes penalty law, I tried to create tried to alter what I originally shared based off of Nate's comments, but he sent me more since then, so I want to, I guess I get to confer with Nate further and bring that to the next meeting. But what it is removing the, removing the fines down to 250 and just trying to get more quiet in the village for people. Sort of takes any teeth out of it, but it would help. That's it for my report.
All right. Terry's not here. Fran.
Okay, well, the cemetery committee had their last meeting on the 29th, the after holiday. We would like to nominate Les Wagner as a committee member.
I don't know how that works. Do I have to appoint him?
I thought committee members had to be, I don't know.
We should probably vote on it anyway.
This committee is just, I mean, it's not an official group with any power. It's a, we'll call it a casual committee.
Yeah.
You can vote on anything, but I would assume that would be up to you, Mike,
I would think so.
to make any committee that's not, it's not by law, any committee.
So I appoint Les on.
Okay, good. Yeah, he's, on the 30th, we had a work day at the cemetery. 3 people from Child Opportunities came and worked with Alicia, our historian, doing monument cleaning. And Barb was also there with Les Wagner and several other people. They cleaned the walkway from the chapel up to the entrance. And yeah, Peter was talking about that walking path. And I hope you two do get hold of Peter here in the next few days. Next week he's going to be out of town. So what our idea was, I mean, Les Wagner is ready to get working up there at the cemetery. We're going to mark off a walking area and clean out the little trees and so on where the path would be. We're talking about like 8 feet back from the embankment. That can be done with no cost at all with the walking path. And so, like I said, I hope you do get a hold of Peter. He's going to be out of town next week, so.
I'll probably go up there tomorrow. I probably walked up on that part of the cemetery 63,000 times. I already know what's there, but I'm gonna go up and
What we're gonna do, I mean, we've got 1,300 feet. That eventually, over time, we want to, do a number of things there, but we'd start with 50-foot walk, 50 feet walk trail.
50 feet?
50 feet.
Okay.
I mean, if there isn't any, I was talking with Fred doesn't have any problem with it. So, like I said, he's 90% retired from this business, so he's looking for things to do. So, yeah, our next work session up in the cemetery is the June the 22nd. It's the Saturday after Strawberry Festival, and our next committee meeting will be on June the 24th. Here, last Monday's month. Okay, That's all for the cemetery. I wanted to talk about, okay, I sent everybody an email and, I gave Rusty a copy of the different, municipalities here in Owego County that take part in that New York class. Right now, the Appalachian Fire District has their monies with them, the Kansas Central School, Spencer Van Atten School District, Waverly Central School District, Town of Barton Tax Collector, Town of Nichols, and the Village of Candor and the Village of Owego. This, so you can get in touch with them, any of those people you want, see what their experience is. So the other thing I did is, I gave, people there at New York class what our, accounts were, not all of them, but from February of this last year. And so from March, and they figured using what their interest rates were over the 12 months, what, I'll give to these copies. What we would have earned. Here, and I did some other.
Thank you, Ben.
Okay. Okay, the figure in red was, what we actually earned on those. And I figured, did this the other day.
The figure in red is how much it would be. It's not how much we earned, it's how much more
How
we
much
had in
we
from the start.
Actually, okay, what the figures were at the end of, February on these accounts is what's in red. Now, if we had gone, if we had our money like with that capital reserve, okay, the 36,125, the earnings that we would have made with New York class, it would be $1,878, which it brought the total to 38,000. And essentially, we made would have made $500 more on that account than did on where it's invested now. Okay. So the figure in black is added that interest onto. Okay. So essentially, with these accounts, we would have made $15,471 more than what we actually made. Just for those accounts. There's not any sort of decision that needs to be made on this tonight. I'm just doing this advance work so that next, or the 17th, these folks from New York class will be on Zoom to answer all our questions about their investment. is something that is, they're certified by the comptroller of New York State.
Remember, they're not a bank and it's not insured.
Well,
Not
they're
guaranteed.
not in all of these accounts. Insured, it's a, I know.
I don't gamble with other people's money, I do my own. Gamble.
How much insurance is there on,
Everything we have is collateralized, it's all covered.
now,
Yeah, we're covered.
FDIC at the bank.
with this,
Theirs is
the
not
$2
FDIC.
million, that's insured?
Yeah.
With what?
The bank insurance.
Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, FDIC covers things in the
They
bank.
have to have separate money set aside for our.
They basically
I
split
thought
our
there was
accounts.
a limit.
There is, they basically split our accounts into multiple accounts that get insurance. That show as one account for us.
I'm not opposed to doing some long-term, ones that we don't use, if you wanna put with that, but I don't wanna mess with the day-to-day, try to keep track of it. I'm not opposed to like a reserve account that we just sit there. I'll entertain that.
Yeah.
But I don't wanna keep track of it. Cause the problem is our money comes in and it goes back out. We don't have extra, except
Yeah,
for
well,
some
you
of
can
those
do,
reserve accounts.
you can take the money out any day,
Right.
there's no fees.
I know, but not that I don't trust.
Same thing you can do with any bank.
I just don't trust it. But if you look at that, we're only, you know, we're making decent interest right now. But-
Well, you're making 4.1, right now they're paying 5.23.
Right, but everything changes every month.
Yeah, theirs keeps going up every month.
And nothing keeps going up every month.
For now, they also could keep going down.
Ours have gone up and they've gone down. Yeah, so like I said,
Well,
I'm
so
not,
anyway,
I'm not opposed as long as it's something we don't have to like keep track of every second.
but we don't need to,
We're not making a decision right now, we're just hearing the presentation.
I just want you folks to have some thoughts, you know, so that, when they're on Zoom, you can ask them all the questions you have.
Well, we should think about which accounts would be good candidates.
Right, and then, they're gonna, if we meet, you know, we deal with a bank that deals with the high estate, so this company's gonna give us money when we need money for like, this company's gonna give us like a donation for like the fire department, they're gonna give us a donation for the library, they're gonna give us a donation for that. No, they're not. I'm just telling you, I'm gonna figure out how much the high estate's given us in the last 20 years. And you're gonna factor that into the, for us pulling the money out of the bank, the high estate's gonna say, well, you know what? See you. That's my opinion. That's what I would do.
Have a good relationship.
But I'm just gonna tell you. Like I said, I'm not opposed to something long-term.
Well, no, I'm not asking for any vote on anything tonight, like I said, I want you to be able to
And it's
look it over and ask them.
It's a nice report, and I don't think we're too far off in the long run with safety. We're not there.
We're doing pretty good.
We'll be talking about this when we do in more detail. Can I speak in the middle of your report?
Yeah.
When we do in more detail, but we get more than 4.1% in things from the bank that we do business with here. We get other things, other considerations, other stuff. I'm just telling you that there's more than just that, but that's another time for more discussion about total value.
The relationship with the local bank.
Yeah, et cetera, et cetera. But a discussion, when we have a bigger discussion.
I mean, you know,
Bigger discussion.
Well,
I mean, you've never put all of the money with them.
no, I'd like to, as long as it's something that we can, that we just use, like, say the EMS has 300,000. They want to invest it with them? That's fine, except they're gonna give me a note that said they're okay with it. Just in case, Bernie Madoff at the other end of this thing, I don't want to be responsible.
You never know.
I don't know these people, and they're just salesmen, that's all they are, they're just salesmen.
Sometimes they're good sales.
Because Bernie Madoff was
Well,
recommended
they've
by
been in
everybody,
business for 20
SEC,
years.
everybody recommended Bernie Madoff.
And they've got, well, they'll tell you, too, they've got like 13,000 accounts in New York State. I mean, like I said,
All right.
if you have questions, you can go to these people here in Tioga County who,
I'll do this later, kids.
Yeah,
see what they have to say.
well, that's a good list.
No, I like you did a good job with that. I'm happy that
I'm all set.
we're not too far out of the way.
All right, anything else? You got?
I did have something.
No.
All right.
Damn. I received an email from a regional director, Coalition Against Bigger Trucks.
Oh, yeah.
Did you get that?
Yeah.
Is that legit?
I don't know.
Would that benefit us if I was to listen in or set up to talk with this person?
I deleted mine.
Are they from Nigeria? Do we have to send them Walmart gift cards?
No. It deals with the heavy tractor trailer trucks and on our roads and the negative impact on the infrastructure and the traffic public safety.
Yeah, it's gonna be-
I read it.
I don't know how legit it
Now all
is.
of a sudden, I think there's somebody I could send it to, but I wasn't interested myself in attending it.
It just came to mind. I forgot all about it.
I don't know how legit it is, because it didn't come from DOT or anything.
I deleted mine.
Okay.
I think we all got it.
Okay. I meant to ask Fred this, but maybe one of you guys know, did anybody from Company 4 come and put stuff in this, over to be stored? Over next door? Yeah, remember we offered to use that as a storage of their, store, at the museum, I think they were holding stuff storage, but the rate's gone up. We're spending $180 a month to store stuff over there.
They were paying to store that stuff?
Yeah.
I
And
thought that the museum was
we told them for
doing
a
that.
year that we could store stuff over there, it's empty over there.
No, but I thought the museum was doing that for nothing for us.
I think it's the museum, wherever they were
We
storing.
might not have it at the museum.
Yeah,
No, I think they took it someplace.
yeah.
Jimmy Mead was gonna move that someplace and put it.
No, it was a company 4, so whatever they had in the squadron, they moved over there, and then they were paying $180, and that was going up, so they asked us, but like I said, we offered a year ago.
But something's weird, because that stuff was taken over to the museum, and they did that, I thought they did that gratis for us.
Might be a different squadron, I don't know. I'm talking about Company 4.
Company Force, they're big chests up there that on the wall that held things, there were 3 or 4 of them, and they were over, and Johnny asked us if we could get them out of the museum, because they've been there a long time. I remember all that. But it wasn't about, it doesn't matter.
Well, wherever they put it,
They need to move them out of there because they want
before
to.
June 1st, so now it's June almost 4th. And I just wondered if they had brought it over, because it was time sensitive. If they were still there on the 1st, they would have been another month. I got with Fred, and it was Carl Jones who was supposed to set something. I don't know if it was all set up.
Jim Mead, who's a member of Force, had offered to get some of his fellas and move that stuff out of there. And if we were able to put it up in number 1's room for the time being in the fire station, he was willing to do that. He had talked about that. I'm just saying that was another option, but nobody ever moved along on that.
This is within the last couple of days. I was just hoping that they had did that. I just wanted to know if anybody knew that happened. I was meaning to ask Fred, because I put them both in touch with each other, but.
We'll check it out. Remember that.
Well, it either had to be done or they still paying for another month. But they didn't get back to me and let me know.
I didn't know they were paying to begin.
That's not what John told me that they were paying over. It doesn't matter. We'll find out.
We'll figure that out.
I'll find out Wednesday.
All right, we skipped communications, and I do actually have a couple things.
Okay.
So there are 2 ribbon cuttings. One, June 5th. At 11 a.m. for the mural.
I'll be there.
Can somebody go? Because I can't go. I have to work.
What time is it?
11 a.m.
This is on Newberry's there on the antique thing.
Yep. Christina from the Arts Council asked me to share with everybody.
Say the time again, 11?
11 a.m., June 5th, which is Wednesday.
Okay.
And there's another ribbon cutting June 21st, Friday, 10:30 a.m. for this thing the county's doing on Delphine Street.
Say all that again, Mike, I only half got it. Say, what day again?
June 21st, it's a Friday,
June 21st, Friday, yeah.
10:30 a.m. at 70 Delphine Street, which is the old town garage, I think, that they bought. They're having some kind of touching truck thing there.
Is this the, no, Tioga County got that garage from the town. Tioga County got it from the town.
County, yeah. Touch a truck. Anyway.
Are any of these entities ever gonna get a hold of the village and offer us things like the bus garage and the Delphine Street and whatever the next thing is? We wouldn't wanna be offered anything.
I got that from the garage, they threw that out, the museum took it, and then they just threw it out. Nobody cares about that.
My report, so we've got to figure out how to make these meetings not last 5 hours. Other meetings for other municipalities and functions and whatever have a set end time. Maybe we should think about something like that. Maybe we should think about having a meeting every week instead of every other week. But I don't know about you guys, but I really don't like sitting here till midnight. I gotta get up and go to work at 6 in the morning tomorrow. I'd come here every Monday for 3 hours instead of sitting here 6 hours every other week. Just saying.
I think we'd be more productive if we came every week as
I
well.
think we would too. We get a lot more done.
Yeah.
And we said it's 7 to 9, and whatever happens by 9 o'clock, it happens by 9 o'clock, we go to bed.
A lot of what we do is I'm guilty, is over discussing things that don't need to be over discussed, or we just got it and then we chatter around about it for 10 or 15 or 20 minutes. We also do this about things a bunch of things that should be done offline.
Right.
Want to talk to Fred about this and this and this? Well, then talk to Fred about it, but don't wait and do it here, or just that kind of stuff. Sometimes we have a lot of people here and it takes time for a lot of people. That's hard.
Think about that.
We could start at 6, and then we could stay.
That'd be fine with that too.
Every Monday, 6.
I like the every Monday.
We also might, back to the people, what used to happen was public comment was they get to comment, and now we interact, and once again, I do it too, we interact with them a whole bunch. And that didn't be how it used to work. You have your public comment, and we thank you, and then maybe sometime, whenever it is, we might take up some of that stuff. But we spend a lot of time interacting, and that's a nice thing, but it's part of the not too professional meeting thing. Like, where's that balance? I don't know.
Or I do still like the interaction.
I do too, but it's.
But I think, like, maybe in our trustee reports, if we submit the full length of what is discussed, then just a small synopsis of what we submitted should be stated, like the whole reading of what we sent in. I think that takes a.
No offense to you, Laura, but
I'm just saying, though.
but when we do this, if there's a piece of business that we need to do or something in your thing, then do it. But if we want to tell everybody what we did, and this last 2 weeks, and each one of us does it however much we do, tell everybody, oh, and I went to this meeting, I did this, and I did. Yeah. That's another kind of an offline-y thing that you wouldn't be doing at a business meeting.
I would say Fred follows a pretty good model for that, right? He sends in.
That's his model.
Before every meeting, he sends in a page full of crap they did. And then at the meeting, he'll tell us, not on the page, outside of that, we did this, this, and this.
And something, and then piece of business that we need to talk about or do. Because we're doing, I just fussed about that pickleball court. We're doing stuff that, that pickleball court, we didn't need to discuss here for 15 minutes.
We did not. But if we don't, it'll never get done.
Well, and the problem with that is because many of us are grouchy about Hunt and all the things that are happening and not happening, and so we were kind of taking it out on some of that stuff.
Which is the importance of coming on Friday to those meetings.
Well, right, there are other meetings.
Except that it's very difficult for people to come on Friday.
They should design the layout of the
They should do with the lines of the basketball court.
But that type of,
leave it up to some
example, right?
subcontractor.
Yeah, Mike?
If we have big stuff that needs to be talked about, worked on, let's do that outside of this.
Yep.
Midnight.
And I know we're spending a couple minutes now, but we're trying to solve this problem in a couple minutes right now. And part of our problem for Hunt is, Brother Martin, what we have here is a failure to communicate. What's happening is Hunt is not having a clerk of the works there, and we are not having a clerk of the works there. And it's happened on this DRI thing all over the place. Forget the Friday meetings. They're plowing up the Hyde Park parking lot, and they're not doing what they're supposed to do. And nobody's there to know that they're not doing what they're supposed to do. It's just.
And on their defense, we didn't pay for that. And when I remind you all of this, just remember BCA and how much we paid that clerk of the works to be there. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars over what we should have paid him.
Great.
So you got.
Yeah.
Which evil do you want?
But there's a whole lot of failures to do the things that need to be done.
Right.
So figure out how to streamline this.
I don't think you need a meeting every month. You'll get back to your normal. You get too fat. The chairs are way too nice. Guys don't ever want to do
One more time in the chairs,
Really? I'll get back to your chairs.
So Mike, you did mention Friday without the Hunt meetings and stuff, and it's hard because everybody's, I mean, I know we're elected and get a little bit of money, but we're all volunteers too in a way. And the deal is we come here and we say stuff and we say, oh, well, we got to look into that. And then 2 weeks later, we haven't done anything. Now here we are 2 weeks later. The deal is that and you're working your butt off because you're the mayor, a little bit more needs to get done by whoever it is, us, offline in those 2 weeks for these things. It just does. I know it's hard and stuff, and committees suck, but we need to have a little bit more of that stuff going on so that when we get here, we're ready with the stuff.
Right, less of the background, more of what we need.
The business part. We're not very business-like.
Laura needs to do less in those 2 weeks.
Laura's doing.
That was short.
Laura's crazy. She's just.
Laura.
And we do appreciate the extent that you go
Kidding
through
me?
to do all this. We do appreciate that. Not saying that we don't appreciate it.
So we had that talk. So we don't want to have that till midnight. We just got to figure out what to do about it.
If everybody has a written report.
Trustee could do that.
That makes it 10 times easier.
Trustee could do that.
Then you get exactly what you want. I'm trying to do your report, but I don't know exactly what's.
Yeah, you're over there trying to write down what everybody's saying.
I write down highlights and I go right up. I make it up right after.
That's easier for the minutes.
Minutes, really, all you need is time, place, date, motion, that's it. Everything else you don't. I put a little more in there, but.
No, I don't have a problem with starting at 6. I don't know if anybody else does.
We need to look at that list of things that's a page and a half that we haven't taken care of it. We need to take care of that stuff. We just told these folks here, we're pushing Pompelli House down the road over and over and over, and it needs to be settled. Whatever way it needs to be settled, it needs to be attended to and settled.
All right. Anyway, so that's my report.
Yep.
The last thing we got is public comment. I see Kevin poked his head.
Kevin waited?
Yes, I did wait. First of all, I just want to ask a question. Did nobody in the village government know that the prom was going to be in a private residence in our R2 district? Did I understand that correctly?
That's correct, yeah. I mean, nobody comes and asks us. So, and none of us
Okay.
have
This board did not make any decision along those lines.
Did anyone in the village?
No.
Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
probably somebody did.
Probably.
Yep.
Well, the OPD was there earlier in the week, and I'm not sure why. But anyway, that's not what I wanted to talk about. I wanted to talk about order to remedy on code violations for health and safety violations on 44 Front Street from about a year ago. There's 11 of them, and I would like the clerk to put them all in the minutes so that all of the trustees have opportunity to read them and take them seriously. I'm going to read the last paragraph because I think it has bearing on the whole situation. This is from last year. We find no engineer's report or submissions in village records for conversion of the carriage barn to public occupancy, period. You will need to have a New York State licensed engineer submit a report detailing New York State required life safety compliance and necessary upgrades to bring the facility into compliance with New York State building codes and New York State fire and safety codes, as well as a maximum determination, period. A village code official will need to approve these changes and inspect to verify that all the above listed violations have been remedied before the building can have any further public occupancy, period. So any occupancy in that carriage house is against village code. I'm not pushing to bounce the prom, don't get me wrong, but I do think that this situation needs to be taken seriously. These violations have been sitting around for a year and to my knowledge unaddressed. They were given to the former owner. Whether the current owner ever saw them, I do not know.
So Kevin, we can't comment on a ton of that because it's.
That's fine. I understand that. Okay. And I would just want to address one other thing that I heard tonight is about flood insurance on municipal buildings. There is a requirement that if you have a municipal building in the floodplain, you have to have insurance on it. If you do not have insurance on it, whatever you would have gotten from the insurance is deducted from what you get. We lost around $600,000 on Central Fire Station in the flood of 2011 because we didn't have flood insurance on it. So they're going to deduct whatever the insurance would have given you from what you get. So I guess you better pray that you don't have another flood like that because you're going to lose a lot of money.
So I will comment a little bit on the code enforcement end of things, just for public information, because I think it is public information. About 3-4 years ago, the district attorney's office took over code enforcement litigation from the village, which the county has the power to do, instead of Coughlin and Gerhart, our attorneys. So things that propagate up and need to be litigated now happen through the district attorney's office. So if you would like more information about what's going on, why it's taken years and years and years to close these violations out, I would call Kirk Martin.
Is there anything to that? Is there anything in writing to that effect?
Yes.
Is the attorney still here?
Yes.
He's on.
Because
He's on. There's Nate's face.
So Nate, the village code enforcement is in the district attorney's purview now? Is that what my understanding?
Right. Like the mayor said, a few years back, the DA's office took over enforcement of village code. So it's up to the code officer to issue the tickets, but it's up to the DA's office to prosecute them.
There's your answer.
Okay, so who's responsible for violations that are a year old not getting addressed?
It's up to the code enforcement officer and the district attorney's office to, continue prosecuting those.
So it's being, so is it
Like,
being prosecuted?
like the mayor said, you'll have to reach out to the DA's office to ask them about the status of any particular violation. If the code office has issued violations, I don't know why there's not prosecution happening.
The code office, if they want to, can go and slap one of those yellow stickers that says this building is closed. They do that. They did it on North Avenue to the marijuana shop. They can do that. They can throw
But
that
I
on
mean,
there.
to me, I mean, over and above the R2 violations, there's a lot of health and safety violations. Some of them are picayune, some of them are big, and nothing makes something big than something bad happening, and everybody's pointing the finger at somebody else who didn't enforce the law.
So Kevin, the only people who can prosecute it is the district attorney's office at this point.
Is this for all code violations in the village?
All code violations, yep. Anything that's criminal, which all code violations are.
So is there some kind of MOU to this effect? Because I find this quite.
The district attorney's office has inherent constitutional authority to prosecute criminal violations. They delegate that to often town and village attorneys. For whatever reason, the DA's office has chosen to take that back in the Village of Owego's case.
Gotcha. Okay. Because I think that leaves the village out on a limb to tell to put it bluntly, because the law is not being enforced and there are health and safety violations that are documented and a year old.
I said 2 or 3 years ago, when the DA's office chose to take back enforcement proceedings, that this was a great thing for the village because now they get free code prosecution. But for whatever reason, we haven't seen much action.
That's what you get for free. All right. Thank you very much. It's just it's a year old. It's out of compliance with a number of health, safety, and zoning violations. And I'll.
It's their responsibility. It's partially our responsibility to say that this is what this is and this is what we need done and push for it.
I think we are.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if I really want to reach out to the DA, but I might, if that's the only venue for trying to get something taken care of, because it's fairly evident that it has not been taken care of, and I really would hate to see anything untoward happen in the village. Try to say why it happened, because you're not going to really have a great explanation. But thank you for your service, and hope you get shorter meetings and maybe not more meetings.
Thanks, Kevin.
Yeah, thank you.
Doing up this late on this.
All right. I think that's it.
I think it was the Red Bull.
Red Bull.
Move to adjourn.
Bring someone down here.
Yeah. Good night.
Thanks,
Good
Kevin.
night.
Mike, you done?
Yep.
Move to adjourn.
See everybody next Monday,
Yeah, that's important.
7 o'clock.